This is day 2 of sentencing of Nikolas Cruz, the confessed Parkland shooter. Good morning, everybody. I'm Janine Stanwood, joined by our legal expert, David Weinstein. Yesterday, we heard from the state and 7 witnesses. Now we may see some video.
I think that's what we're going to have this morning. They're arguing about perhaps what part of it's coming in, not coming in, to avoid the problem they had yesterday, but that's what they set the stage for yesterday, and I expect the first witness today to be the last link in the evidentiary chain, and then we'll see some and hear some video.
It looks like they are speaking about some of the evidence. Let's take a listen.
How does explain to me how a video of the actual incident depicting what happened violates his constitutional rights?
Judge, what we're saying is that
It's not there's not music in the background. It's not been edited. It's an actual depiction of the incident that happened.
Judge, and what we're saying is that the testimony that's provided by witnesses, the guilt's already been established, right? Mr. Cruz has already pled guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder and 17 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Guilt is no longer an issue. The issue is whether or not it's probative to an aggravator, to prove an aggravator, or probative to disprove a mitigating factor. And again, the testimony that we had yesterday from the 2 students that were there, Daniella Gilbert, Dylan Kramer, was obviously very impactful, and they were able to express what was happening without the need of the surveillance footage. And we would submit that the rest of the witnesses in this case, Judge, are able to do the same thing. So what the court has to ask itself is whether or not this has any probative value to prove the material fact. But we submit that it doesn't.
Judge, first of all, I'm sorry, did you finish?
Yes.
Judge, first of all, this is not a contemporaneous objection, so it has been waived. But even if it hadn't been waived, these videos depict aggravating factors. The murders of each of the people who were killed is an aggravating factor for the other murders. So that alone allows its admissibility. And it also establishes many other of the aggravating factors, such as heinous, atrocious, and cruel, cold, calculating, premeditated, and great risk of harm to others, disruption of a governmental function, killing public officials. All of those are depicted on the video. Thank you.
Judge, if I could just respond very quickly.
Okay.
As I said in the motion limiting that was filed earlier this month, again, D-MIL-12, we cite to this case, Old Chief versus United States. It's a Supreme Court case from 1997. It's found at 519 U.S. 172. And it states, if an alternative is found to have substantially the same or greater probative value, but a lower danger of unfair prejudice, sound judicial discretion would discount the value of the item first offered and exclude it if its discounted probative value were substantially outweighed by unfairly prejudicial risk. And that's at 182 and 183.
Okay, I think the surveillance videos are absolutely relevant and probative. I don't think that there's a limit on the amount of evidence that the state can present as far as proving these aggravating factors. And an actual video depicting the shooting that happened in the manner in which it happened from all of the different angles is certainly probative to the aggravating factors, and I do not find that there's any unfair prejudice to the defendant, and that if there is any unfair prejudice, the probative value greatly outweighs the unfair prejudice. So respectfully, I'm denying your motion in limine.
Judge, is that across the board? Because that's the DMIL-12 is pretty all-encompassing in terms of photographs also.
Judge, I don't know what that comment meant. He just directed his objection to 18 in evidence, the hard drive.
The hard drive is the surveillance videos?
Yeah, the hard drive that came in is a 6-hour video. This isn't the video that we're showing to the jury because it's, in essence, raw video.
Right.
The next witness is going to, we hope to introduce the video clips that are relevant to the time period.
And
to
those are the ones, I believe, Mr. Wheeler, that were given to me in advance that I was able to view. The clips of the surveillance videos.
Yes, ma'am.
So, are you you're asking me whether or not my ruling goes to all of the surveillance video clips?
Judge, what the court just stated on the record is that it was denying DMIL 12. But DMIL 12 is not just the surveillance footage that's currently the subject of the issue. It also encompasses autopsy photos, photographs of the crime scene.
I don't think we're there yet.
Right.
Because the state hasn't called a witness to show relevancy to those issues. So my ruling goes solely to the surveillance clips.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Let's bring in the jury, please. Thank you.
So the jury's coming in right now. What was happening there was the defense was objecting to video that we believe will be shown of surveillance video showing the shooter coming into the school.
Exactly. It appears that the next witness they're calling is going to be an expert who extracted the clips that they're going to show for the incident that occurred itself, not the entire duration of the surveillance video, and the defense was objecting to preserve that issue for an appeal down the road.
Because if they don't object, then
they've waived that right to raise that objection in an appeal should some court of appeal down the road want to decide whether or not that the video should not have come in. But the judge made the right ruling. She said it was certainly probative of what happened. It went towards several of the aggravating factors, which is what Marcus pointed out during his response, and she's right. It does go to at least 4 or 5 of the aggravating factors, and the evidence of those individual videos should come in.
we have been speaking with and listening to Christina Vasquez, who says there are some family members who are in the court right now, the Guttenbergs, the Dworettes. There are several family members, not as many as yesterday, but there are some who are in that gallery right now. There is Mike Satz coming to the podium, and I believe they are going to be calling witness number 8. Now, these witnesses, David, these have been sort of, you were saying, foundational witnesses to show the chain of custody of that video.
Correct. And so this witness, it would appear, is going to be the technical witness or expert who extracted the clips that they're going to, at some point, probably later this morning, show to the jurors, and that we'll be able to hear but not be able to see.
We heard from some people from the FBI, a now retired FBI agent, as well as those who are in charge of video with the Broward County Public School System. I believe this might be somebody from the Broward Sheriff's Office.
That, or he's an outside expert that was retained by Broward Sheriff's Office to actually do the extraction of the video.
You can see the gallery does not appear to be as full as it was yesterday.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Ron Lowther, and it's Lowther.
Can you state your name prior?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Laffer, good morning.
Good morning.
What is your occupation, sir?
I work for the Broward Sheriff's Office in the Covert Electronic Surveillance Unit, and I'm an electronic surveillance technician.
Okay. And what do your duties entail?
What I do is retrieve and process video evidence.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for the last 24 years.
Okay. And what training have you had?
Most of my training's been informal, but I have received training with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, and the trainings that I've received were the video evidence retrieval program and also cyber investigations.
Okay. And What is your experience? I mean, what are the things that you have done with your
Well,
training?
my background is in film and television production for the last 36 years. I've been a producer and director of photography in film and television.
Okay. And when with the sheriff's office, you explain exactly what you mean by retrieval.
So when there's a crime that happens that involves any kind of video surveillance, I am asked by investigators to retrieve whatever video evidence from DVRs and servers or any devices that contain video.
Okay. And what are some of the things that you can do once you retrieve a video?
Well, I then would bring it back to the office and process the video. I would, whatever the detectives ask of me as far as what they're looking for, I would put together presentations for them to do with court. I would clarify any videos that are difficult to see or difficult to play back.
Okay. And how many times during your career, Mr. Lothar, have you done that?
Oh, over 1,000 times, probably.
Okay. With reference to this case, I want to show you State's Exhibit number 18 that has been introduced into evidence. Mr. Lothar, would you examine that, please, sir?
Yes, solid state hard drive.
Okay. And have you seen that before?
Yes, I have.
And when's the first time? How did you get it?
I received it from the FBI, from a fellow by the name of Gaston.
Okay. And once you received it, what did you do with it?
I had derived some videos from the video files that are on here. Okay.
And when those video files are on there, explain exactly what is on there.
Well, there are files that were derived from a server, apparently, and there's player software with that, so you're able to view the files.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit marked V for identification, Mr. Lothar, and ask you if you can identify this, sir.
Yeah,
It's V for identification.
Oh, V. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
this is a flash drive that I had put some video clips on.
Okay. And when you took State's Exhibit 18 that's been introduced in evidence, what did you do with it to put it on that flash drive? What is the difference between what's on the State's Exhibit 18 and your flash drive?
Well, I copied video files from the hard drive, and from those I was able to produce videos that were, actually I put it in a format to be able to view the videos easily and clearly.
Okay. In doing so, were you able to link cameras? For instance, as you probably know from viewing, there are 13 cameras in the 1200 building, right?
Correct.
Were you able to link a person from going camera to camera?
Yes. So what I did was I was able to put together a sequence that to follow the subject from camera to camera in a linear time frame continuously.
Okay. And could you do that for people other than the suspect, or the subject, people that were in the 1200 building?
Yes.
Individual, what we call clips. Were you able to do that?
Yes, I was able to create clips of other individuals.
Okay. And how many individual clips did you make from that 6-hour State's Exhibit 18?
I believe in total there were 22.
Okay. Of different people?
Of different people.
Okay. And were you able to highlight the different people?
Yes, there were some subjects that I had to highlight.
Okay, so if, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if there's a group of people in a group, were you able to isolate them?
Yes, so I had, whatever the subject was that I was trying to focus in on, I would put a circle around them, a graphic circle, and follow them. That way you'd be able to follow them, because there's so much activity going on in those frames that it isolates that one person to focus your attention to.
Okay, and you were able to distinguish different people in the groups?
Correct.
To follow?
Through that, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit B.
Judgment, objection?
Okay.
So the defense is now making another objection.
It's the same objection they made before that we heard them talking about before the jury came in. They're objecting to the admissibility of these videos that are contained in the extracts that this witness put together. It's the same basis before. And so they have to do it what's called contemporaneously, meaning at the time that this piece of evidence is going to come in, or they waive it. They can't go back and object to it later. So they're making their objection now. Everything's on the record and for the record, so that's what they're doing. They're going to make the same arguments they made to the judge before. She's going to presumably make the same ruling, allow these videos to come in, and then at some point they'll get played for the jury.
Gotcha. And this witness number 8, this is Ron Lowther. He's with BSO. He's also with their electronics, covert electronics unit. And so we believe that after we hear this, the judge, as you mentioned, will probably deny the objection, and we will move forward and then eventually see this video.
Yes, it's
Let's listen.
just for the jury and defense.
So, do we need anything other than that partition?
This
Okay.
is video, so
Right, so, okay.
the what do you call them? My memory is going. The monitors, they're off, right? Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. There are several clips on here, Jan, but for evidentiary purposes, we're just going to play the one of the suspect in this case.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have that, Aaron? Or you need it? Give it to you.
So it's silent right now because we believe that what they are looking at is video, or they're about to look at video of Nikolas Cruz presumably entering the building, some security footage which has no audio.
Which is what it appears from everyone looking at the monitors. Interestingly enough, in this shot that we're looking at now, you can see that Cruz is not looking at the monitor that's in front of him. The defense and the state have the same monitors that the members of the jury have, so they can see the video that's being played. And from what Mr. Satz said, what they're showing now is just Cruz, an excerpt from these videos. They're not showing anything else. They put partitions up to keep the audience from seeing what
There's Fred Guttenberg. There's some other family members sitting in the audience as well. And yes, because as we have reported last week, the judge had ruled that there is some evidence that, although the jury can see, the public and the media will not be able to see. We did hear some audio from video that was shown yesterday to the jury, but because this is surveillance video, very likely there is no audio, and that is what everybody is intently looking at. And so all of those jurors in that room, they have monitors, so they each have their own monitor, as well as on the defense side and on the prosecution side. And as you were saying, Nikolas Cruz not looking at it, he was looking down. And as we were looking at these pictures right now, you can see these are loved ones who are there in the gallery. Day two, this is going to be a tough time for them. And you can see Nikolas Cruz, hand in his head. Does not look like he's looking at that video monitor.
And again, this is for the jurors to see exactly what happened, presumably at this point when he entered the building. And the statement from Mr. Satz was that they're isolating it just on Cruz. Now, it may be just when he entered the building, or they may also be seeing some of the same video that we heard audio from yesterday via the cell phone images that were captured by one of the students. So it may show him not only entering the building, but engaging in the shooting as it was taking place. So.
And this is something that we've not seen. We have not seen surveillance video of the shooter entering the school armed.
Correct. They've kept that under wraps here. The video everyone's seen was of students being led out of the building, of being taken to safety with their hands up in the air, and that was external video, some of it that was captured both from news coverage, from security cameras at the school. But this is, for the first time, people who were not there who are going to be seeing the actual video of what took place.
I believe we're also not only streaming online, but we're also on the air as well, on television. I don't hear anybody talking to me, but okay.
There's a saying, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and again, the argument on behalf of the state was that these videos go towards a number of the aggravating factors, so that the jurors can see the cold, calculated way that he carried out the killings, the fact that there was a method and a plan as to what he was doing going from classroom to classroom.
Which is why the state argued that these are relevant, and the judge ultimately agreed.
Correct. And also, shows how he is interfering with the day-to-day operation of a public activity. There may be footage there of his attacks on the teachers who are government employees, another aggravating factor. If he's breaking into or entering the building without permission, that goes towards the burglary. And then, because he's pled guilty to a number of these crimes already, this acts as support for those aggravating factors. So certainly there's a number of reasons why this video is relevant, and all evidence is prejudicial against a defendant. And so it has to be relevant, and the judge found that it was, and rightfully so, given what's being seen in the video.
And of course, a reminder for our viewers, even though we have talked about this before, I don't think it can be stated enough that this is not a trial about innocence or guilt. Nikolas Cruz in October pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder, 17 counts of attempted first-degree murder. This is the penalty phase. So what the jury has to weigh now are those aggravating factors that you mentioned, and they also have to look at potential mitigating circumstances, which we believe the defense will argue could be some mental health issues, possible fetal alcohol syndrome, some things that happened to him at birth by his biological mother, who has since died, who was a drug abuser. And so those are some things that we'll be hearing probably from the defense, who waived their opening statement. We did not hear from them yesterday.
Hey, Janine, do we have Janine Stanwood? I know, Janine, we just heard you talking. David Weinstein. Okay, we have Janine Stanwood, we have David Weinstein, who are checking in as well. They are anchoring our coverage that you will watch all throughout the day on our digital platforms, on local10.com, on our Facebook, YouTube pages, and through our streaming app as well. Janine, David, we just heard the tail end of that conversation you were having about what the jury will have to weigh, what the prosecution is set about to do today. So we're going to let you guys continue that dialogue. Want to let you know we're also joining us on air here on Local 10.
Gotcha. Eric, that's right. We have been watching, and so for those of you at home who are watching this either online or on Local 10 right now on TV, there is no audio coming from the courtroom. So right now you can see everybody in the courtroom is intently looking at their screens. What we believe that they're looking at is surveillance surveillance video, which is a piece of evidence that was brought forth by the state, presumably showing Nikolas Cruz going into the school, into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High, that day on February 14th.
And from the length of the video that they're watching, I think it's more than just his entry into those classrooms. I think they're actually watching him commit the crimes that he's already pled guilty to, and that this supports several of the aggravating factors as we were talking about before. And the jurors are seeing in real time exactly what happened and exactly took place there. I'm not sure if the people in the gallery can see it. They've turned off the monitors out in the gallery. There may be a way for them to sort of look over the shoulder of the prosecutors or look into the jury box where they put a partition up. And for those relatives and next of kin who are there, this has to be, again, as devastating as it was yesterday to hear that audio being played.
Right. And as we had mentioned, the judge last week ruled that there is some evidence that may be too gruesome or too graphic for the public and the media to see, but they will be showing the jurors. And so yesterday we heard the audio from some videos of a student who was a junior in the 1200 building whose instinct was to take out her phone and start taking some videos. And the audio alone was just absolutely horrifying, especially for those family members who are in the audience. You see Fred Guttenberg right there. You see other family members who have been in this audience now for this day 2 of the sentencing phase. And so this video that we believe that the jurors are watching is surveillance video that has not been seen before.
And this is video that was captured by the security cameras and video that the defense has seen, the prosecution has seen, but the rest of us haven't seen, and presumably we won't see it because of the court's ruling with regard to just how graphic some of the images are. One of the other interesting things that you and I have both been able to observe here is that when they go back to the shot of Cruz sitting at the defense table, he has a monitor in front of him. He could be watching this video. He's not. He's talking to one of his lawyers. He hasn't looked at the screen to see what's going on. That is not going to go unnoticed by the jurors. They're watching everything that takes place there. Presumably they're now fixated on the videos that are being played for them, but they're aware of what everybody does when they're seated in the courtroom, and to them, that's certainly going to make an impression.
Sure. It's one thing to take a look at this from studio. It's another thing to be in the courtroom, to be in the same room as him, not only him, but also the families of the victims. And so this is definitely something that we're watching. We heard from the last witness who was a covert electronics agent with BSO, and that sort of set up that evidence that we're watching right now, the chain of custody from the school to the authorities.
Right, and the importance of his testimony was they had about 7 hours or 6 hours worth of video that had been captured by the surveillance cameras, a number of them. As he explained, what he did was he went through that video and he specifically looked for images of Nikolas Cruz. And so what he did was isolate those images and put together a package of video excerpts for the jury to see, because those are the most relevant video shots and relevant for helping the state to prove these aggravating factors, and potentially could be used by the state to rebut some sort of mitigating circumstances that the defense is going to press forward. And speaking of the defense's case, you and I were talking about that very briefly. They waived their opening yesterday, and again, most cases, the defense will give their opening right after the prosecution. Not very many people expected the defense to waive it, but looking back, it was or should have been not an unexpected decision by then. Remember, Michael Satz gave a very impassioned opening statement to the jurors, and then they were going to go right into the state's evidence. For the defense to stand up at that point and sort of give a preview of their case, we know what the preview is going to be. It's going to be talking about mitigating circumstances, about what it is they believe are going to push back against those aggravating factors. To make that statement now and get sandwiched in between an opening like the one that we saw, and then the evidence from the victims and the witnesses and people in these videos was simply going to get lost. I believe that's what the defense's thought was on this. And so instead, what they're doing is they're reserving their right to do this. They also have pending rulings on experts coming in. And so they would have been hogtied to decide, well, are we going to mention what's going to come in and then potentially get shut down because that expert doesn't testify, and we've now promised the jury something that we can't deliver on. So again, in hindsight, not a bad decision by the defense to waive their opening and reserve it and give themselves a chance to sort of regroup and make an opening closing before they present their case and
Sure.
then get a second shot at a closing
With,
statement.
of course, in mind what the state had been arguing.
Exactly.
So it's you know, you have to think about these families right now who are sitting in this gallery in silence, and they can only imagine what the video shows. They can only imagine, and they're sitting there in silence as jurors are looking at this video, as the defendant is looking away from it, and it's not clear how long this video will last.
It's got to approximately last. I know that Michael Satz mentioned the time frame yesterday.
About
if
6
we look
minutes.
back at our notes, you know, it's about 6 minutes long. So presumably it's going to be at least 6 minutes, and they've combined different camera angles, so some may overlap. So they may be watching, you know, anywhere from 6 to 10 minutes worth of video depicting, again, exactly what happened. And you heard Satz talk about the fact that some of the video was not completely captured because just simply from the reverberation from the gunfire that was going off, the ceiling tiles were shaking, dust was falling from the ceiling, and so that's going to obscure some of the video. But again, the main focus of this is for the jurors to see exactly what was going on when he entered that building and while he was engaged in the shooting.
So Eric and Alexis,
Yes.
we are going to continue to watch this. Of course, we will be live online, streaming on Local 10 Facebook for anybody who wants to join in anytime as this happens. But this is day 2 of sentencing. We've heard from 8 witnesses. We heard the state's opening statement, and we'll be here for the rest of the day.
Janine, David, thank you. A question, we're going to keep you guys here in the loop because this conversation is just the beginning here on the part of day 2. Yesterday, we heard some of the harrowing audio from some of those videos that were played. We did not see, but we certainly heard and we saw the emotional reactions from those family members who incredibly were brave enough to be in this courtroom to begin with yesterday, and some of them returning again today. Do you know whether or not do we not have audio on the video they're looking at right now, or have they chosen not to broadcast that audio in a different way?
Well, this is likely surveillance video. So usually, depending, but a lot of times surveillance video just doesn't have audio.
Right, and you know, given the way they describe these cameras and the purpose behind the cameras, it's unlikely that they had microphones that were also capturing the audio. So it's simply surveillance video, much like we're used to when we look at closed-circuit television recordings from convenience stores or grocery stores where they're just capturing the video. The other thing that comes into play, given Florida's statute with regard to surreptitious or secret recordings, granted this is a school, this is a place where there's a lessened expectation of privacy for students, and your rights under the certain amendments is retracted a little bit. You'd have to put them on notice that there's video that's also being captured here, or excuse me, audio that's also being captured here. Not so with video. And it may have been cost prohibitive to get the video as well, excuse me, the audio as well as the video. And so we're not hearing any audio because there is no audio.
And Eric, one thing that we had talked about yesterday, which is worth noting, are those curtains that you can see underneath the desk.
I have no further questions, so just
And we'll talk about that in just a second. Let's take a listen.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Can I ask one more question about what you said? Was there any sound?
No, no sound.
Mr. Wheeler, anything based on that last one?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
State when you're ready, call your next
Oh,
witness.
I'm sorry. Dan Booth?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and please be seated. When you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Daniel James Booth, Booth.
Okay, thank you. State your name, inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Booth, what do you do for a living?
I'm a software engineer at Avigilon.
Okay, and what is a Vigilon?
Avigilon's a company that makes security cameras and video recording systems.
And where are they located?
Vancouver, Canada.
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
About 6.5 years.
Okay. And what is your training?
So I've worked in the software industry for a number of years. I did some of a degree in the field.
Okay. And where have you worked prior to Avigilon?
Avigilon's the only official employment I had. I worked as a consultant before that.
Okay. What exactly are your duties?
So I write software for our video recording systems, and I provide guidance to more junior members of our team about design of the software and systems.
Okay. And your experience with software systems, what do you do with it?
Pardon me?
What are your duties? You describe your title. What do you actually do?
So I write code, and I design the software architecture. So I'm sometimes called a software architect.
Okay. And does Avigilon, where do they provide their products?
They provide their products worldwide.
Pardon?
They provide them worldwide.
Worldwide. Okay. You familiar with Avigilon doing the software system back in February of 2018 at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I am, yes.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit marked U for identification that has been done by Gaston Nevis of the FBI. Have you seen that?
Yeah. Yes, I have. This was sent to me last year in Vancouver.
And what did you do with that?
So there's a copy of the video data for the date in question for the school surveillance system.
Okay. And you looked at it?
I looked at it, yeah.
And what were you doing when you were looking at it? What were you doing?
I was validating that everything is as it should be, that the system was functioning as designed.
Okay. And what was your determination?
Everything was operating as usual.
Okay. And did you compare the extracted data to the raw data?
Yeah, so there was a copy of the raw data from the server and a copy of the extracted data that would be used to produce clips and so on. And I compared the two, and they were the same.
Okay. And you watched the video?
I did, yeah.
The substance is coming down from the ceilings. Did you observe that?
Yes, I did.
What effect, if any, does that have on the system that existed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on February the 14th, 2018?
Well, the way the system was configured, it would record when motion is detected from a camera. When that dust came down, it obscured the motion of a person who's sort of deep far in the scene, and no motion is no longer detected, and so there are gaps in recording because no motion is detected.
Okay. And what happens after that? Does the camera refocus and come on again when the camera detects motion?
Yeah, when motion is detected, it begins recording again.
Okay. So that would explain the skips?
That would explain the skips.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Booth. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Booth.
Any questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Oh, yeah. What? Yeah, I wanted to move that into evidence. States of you.
Is there any objection?
Judge, no move.
Sure.
Judge, we would rely on our previous objections. Thank you.
Okay, over the defense objection, states U for identification will be received as states 20. state, call your next witness.
Christopher McKenna.
Good morning. Just stand, remain standing.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Christopher McKenna, McKenna.
Thank you. You may inquire, state.
Mr. McKenna, what do? Do you go to school? Do you work?
I am a second-year student in college.
And where do you go to college?
I go to Gardner-Webb University.
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
I went to Marjorie, Stoneman, Douglas, and I graduated in 2021.
Okay. And did you go all 4 years to
All 4 years.
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School? I'd like to call your attention, Mr. McKenna, to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
Yes, sir.
And what year were you in on that date?
I was a freshman.
Okay. On that date, on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, fourth period. Do you remember where you were?
Yes, I was in room 1216 in English class with Miss Haas.
Miss Haas?
Miss Haas.
Okay. Okay. And what happened during fourth period?
During fourth period, it was a normal day at the beginning. Around 2:21, I asked to go to the bathroom. Raised my hand, got the bathroom pass and everything. And I walked out of the classroom, made a left past room 1217, I believe it was, or 1218, both of them. And I saw Martin and Luke, and I high-fived Martin. And I walked by him like it was normal, walked into the staircase, and I walked into a man. He was wearing a maroon shirt with a JROTC shirt with a backpack and a hat on. Black pants, he had a rifle in his hands. I was stunned for 1 second, and he said to me, "Get out of here, things are about to get bad." And I walked through the double doors. I sprinted as fast as I can. I was in the room, in the staircase for about 7 seconds. And I ran out, and I ran to the north side gates, it was called our senior lot. And I ran into Coach Feiss. Coach Feiss was unlocking the senior gates, as he normally does, with around 20 minutes left to school. And he told me to be calm and get into his golf cart. So I got into his golf cart. He dropped me off in the 1300 building, which was the building adjacent to the freshman building. And he took me in the back there, and then that's when I heard the fire alarm go off when I was standing right in front. And I was hearing shots. And
you were still hearing shots?
I was, as he was bringing me to the door.
Where were you when you heard the shots, Mr. McKenna?
I was in the golf cart driving over to the 1300 building.
Okay. And Coach Aaron Feiss was driving the golf cart?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he told me he's going to go check it out. So I waited there, and then I started hearing shots, and all the students in the 1300 building started running out. So I started running with them. And I just ran all the way through Westglades, which is the school adjacent to our school, and through Westglades into Walmart, which is also next to Westglades.
Okay. And then what happened? And
then from there, I ran all the way over to one of my friend's house, and he lived across the street. I was calling my dad. My dad he works for law enforcement at the time. And
okay, everything.
That was about everything.
Okay. All right, I want to show you State's Exhibit Mark A that's been introduced into evidence. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's an illustrator. Do you know what I mean by that? Ian, can you put that up on the screen for him? Do you see what?
It's not up yet.
Sorry?
It's not up yet. Okay, now it's up.
Okay. So would you indicate where you ran out? And you said you ran out.
I ran out right around here.
Okay.
At that door.
Okay. And where did you run to?
I ran along here, over to here, and then Coach Feist was unlocking the gate that's right around here.
Okay. And then where did he take you?
He took me into his golf cart, which was sitting here, over into, there's a doorway over here, behind that little alcove.
Okay. And when you said you bumped fist, it was with Martin and Luke. It's Martin Duque Aquilano and
Yes.
Luke Hoyer?
Luke Hoyer.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we'd like to play the snip that involves Mr. McKenna.
Okay, and this is something that should only be
No,
viewed
should
by
not be shown.
should only be viewed by the jury.
Yes.
Okay.
And defense.
And so the jury right now will likely be watching, but not hearing, because there's no audio video that is showing the moments that Chris McKenna, that student, I believe, is encountering.
As he described it, he was going to the bathroom, went into the stairwell, and as soon as he opened the door, he
Is that you
saw
in the yellow circle?
Yes, sir.
Nikolas Cruz armed to the teeth with the gun, and Cruz told him, "You need to get out of here."
And so he does. He sees Aaron Feist, who gets him into a golf cart, takes him to the 1300 building, and that's when McKenna says he continues to hear these gunshots. And so you can see he's watching this video. The jury is watching this video, but we are not seeing it, and the audience in the courtroom, they're not watching it either.
Yes, sir.
He's identifying Coach Feist in that video. This was really the first student, we believe, who made contact with the shooter after he entered the building.
Is certainly the first student who made contact with him before the shooting started. And so this was going to precede the incident itself when Cruz started his attack. And so certainly this is the time frame that everybody's been focused on as he was coming out of that stairwell.
And it's not a surprise this narrative was introduced in the opening statements by Mike Satz.
On February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McKenna, if you saw the person that was in the stairwell with you, would you be able to identify him?
Yes, sir.
You see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Which person you point to?
The one with the glasses on.
Okay, sitting next to Mr. Wheeler?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can the record reflect that Mr. McKenna has identified the defendant, Nikolas Cruz, please?
Record will so reflect.
Thank you, Mr. McKenna. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Defense, any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
You know, Janine, despite there being no audio
Whenever
here,
you're ready, make call your next witness.
William Olson.
his testimony was as impactful as the witnesses we heard from yesterday who talked over the audio and who we heard audio from. Again, this is the first person who saw Cruz as he was coming into the building right before the shooting started, and then the identification that he made afterwards just added impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short recess so that you all can, we're going to take a very short recess for 5 minutes. Whenever you all are ready, please let the bailiff know so that we can bring you back.
Okay, so we are going to take a short recess right here, just about 5 minutes. So we will stand by for that. But as you mentioned, David, yes, they had him stand up and point to the person that he saw in the hallway, and that was Nikolas Cruz. And that's something you normally see in a guilt or innocence trial. This is not that, but it was still pretty powerful.
And again, goes towards the aggravating factor. We just want you, members of the jury, to be sure that the person that was just pointed out on the video is the same person who's sitting here in the courtroom. Not necessarily necessary for the presentation of the aggravating factors, but again, it's all about appearances and the impact on the jury, and that has to have a very strong impact on the jury for this former student to be pointing out the person who he passed in the hallway in the stairwell who had a gun.
Let's take a listen. Is the judge giving any more instructions?
Now for 15 minutes.
Okay.
15.
So we're in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, 15-minute recess. We will take a break as well for our viewers. Don't worry, you won't miss a moment of coverage. We are watching this day 2 of sentencing of Nikolas Cruz. We'll be back as soon as court gets back in session. We are back. It is day 2 of sentencing of Parkland shooter Nikolas Cruz. I'm Janine Stanwood with our legal expert, David Weinstein. We took a 15-minute break. The court did, and it looks like they're coming back in. They're standing up. The jury is about to enter the room. We just heard from Christopher McKenna. He was that student. He was a freshman who was really the first, we believe, to encounter Nikolas Cruz once he came in armed. Nikolas Cruz telling him, get out of here. It's going to be bad. It was really pretty stunning to hear from him.
And it was as stunning as some of the testimony we heard yesterday from the eyewitnesses who were actually in the classroom when the shooting took place. He was the first person to encounter Cruz right before he started on his shooting spree, and he did exactly what Cruz told him to do. Get out of there, ran, got in touch with the coach, and was able to hopefully try to get some of those other students out of the buildings before the shooting started.
And it looks like the state is calling its next witness number 11. The state was showing some images to the defense. We believe these will be entered into evidence. These might be pictures from the scene.
Either more sketches or photos from the scene that are going to be used by the next witness to help describe where they were or what they were doing.
Let's take a listen. Okay, we don't hear audio yet from the courtroom, although we should be soon, but this is the next witness taking the stand. This looks like this may have been a student. Let's try to listen. So for some,
your attention
there we go.
To Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
I'd like to call your attention to the fourth period. Do you remember where you were on the fourth period on that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
Miss Haas's classroom.
And what classroom was that?
1216.
Okay. Here, I'm just going to put this up real quick. Can you see that on your screen?
No. Yes.
Can you? It's kind of blurry.
It's a bit blurry.
Yeah. Ian, you know why it's blurry?
Do you want him to help you?
Yeah, sure.
There it goes.
So it sounds like they're working out a technical issue. This witness number 11 said he was in classroom 1216 at the time.
It'll come up. I'd like you to just
Some of the same
put a little
problems they
circle
had
where you
yesterday, using the technology
Just point
to
to it, or
circle
Can you,
places on the pictures.
yeah, I see.
use the. That's it. Okay. Okay, great. All right, so fourth period, Mr. Olson, tell us what happened.
Well, we were sitting in a group that day. We were doing something like an essay or activity like that. And all of a sudden, I heard a bunch of loud noises in the hallway. I did not know what it was. And after a few seconds, I think everyone realized it was gunshots. And then I look over and I see Alex not moving. And then my memory is...
You talk about Alex Chaker?
Yes. And then I guess a few seconds, I don't know, goes by, and then I'm on the floor in front of the teacher's desk, waiting. And then eventually Kishava comes in. I'm with him in front of the teacher's desk.
Is that Kishava Menagaparan?
Yes.
Okay.
While I'm laying in front of the desk, I realized there's blood all over me. I don't know. There's blood all over Kishava. I don't know I don't really still realize what's going on. And I can hear the shots still, and I hear them get farther away, and I guess eventually go to other floors. It gets a little quieter, but eventually there's more loud noises, and it's the police coming to, I guess, escort us out. And once we're out of the school, I go wait at an ambulance station, medic station for a minute, but then I realize I see someone I know, someone's mom that I know. So I go to her and call my mom, and then my mom picks me up from there, and we drive to the hospital.
Okay. So let me take you back in school, in classroom 1216. So you say you hear some shots?
Yes.
And so what do you do exactly?
Well, I'm kind of waiting in my seat for a bit because I didn't understand what was going on at the time. I just remember looking over at Alex first, and then I don't really remember how I got onto the floor from there, but I realized I was on the floor after.
When you looked over at Alex, what did you see?
It was not moving, maybe twitching a bit, but...
Okay. And then what did you do?
I ended up on the floor in front of the teacher's desk. I don't know how I got there. I just was there.
Okay. Were you wounded?
Yes.
When did you get wounded?
I don't know, but I realized I was wounded when I was laying in front of the teacher's desk.
Okay. Did you see anyone else get shot?
Not get shot, but injured.
Who'd you see injured?
Kishava.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Kishava and I were waiting in front of the teacher's desk for, I don't know how long, forever. And yeah, it's...
Okay. Did you see, where did the shots come from? Did you see where the shots come from?
No, I didn't see where they came from.
Okay. Do you know how many shots were fired into your wound?
No, a lot.
Okay. Was it one time or more than one time?
More than one.
Okay. How long before the first time and the second time, if you can remember?
I don't really remember how much time.
Pardon?
I don't remember how much time in between.
Okay. Would the first shots came in and compared to the second shots, same amount of shots come in, or more the first time or more the second time, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits more. 2M, 2L, 2Q, and 2O. Mr. Olson, you can take a look at these, okay?
All right.
Do you recognize who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Me.
Okay. Did those four photographs truly and accurately depict your wounds that you received on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
Are they accurate?
Yes.
And where were they taken?
West Boca Hospital.
West Boca Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I've shown these to the defense. I'm going to introduce them. This is a brief sidebar.
So they are in a sidebar right now. This student was in classroom 1216. He heard the gunshots. He saw his friend Alex Chaker on the ground, barely moving. What a thing for this young man to go through. And soon the jury will be seeing some photos.
He was injured. It's unclear whether or not he was hit with fragments from shattered glass because they were shooting through the window, or if there was actually a bullet that hit him. But they've now identified some photos that were taken of his injuries. He's one of the victims who survived, who Cruz has also pled guilty to shooting at and injuring. And so now, presumably, they're objecting to these photos being published to the jury. And if they are published to the jury, the judge is going to have to rule whether or not the rest of us are going to get to see these photos, depending upon how graphic his injuries were, and whether these fall into the category of those photographs that she said, I'm just not going to let these air out into the public. And again, they're preserving their objection so that it can become part of the record that goes up on appeal.
But very likely the judge will say, okay, this is part of evidence, this is appropriate, these are aggravating factors in this case, and she will allow it. That's what we're thinking.
At least some of these pictures, if not all of these pictures. Perhaps they're arguing that they can get one or two in, that the others are cumulative, and that the state's going to have to pick which one they want to get in, but certainly they go towards an aggravating factor, at least one or more of the aggravating factors, and so she's going to allow at least one or more of these photos in, and that may be what she's deciding right now.
And the thinking, of course, is that a lot of these photos, a lot of this evidence that's being entered in that may not be shown to the public, the thinking is that a lot of this was already determined to have been too graphic, but there may be some instances like this where there's a decision on the fly?
Yes, and I think she told us that some of that was going to happen, that she'd reviewed much of the material, certainly with regard to the autopsies and the ME reports and photographs, but this may have been a series of photos that she either did or didn't look at, or again, it looks like they're trying to force the state to pick which one of the pictures, if they're going to let all of them in or if just some of them are going to come in. And you heard Mr. Satz announce that they were numbered with a letter and then with 1, 2, 3, and 4, so they're part of what's called a composite exhibit. And so what will happen is that either some or all of them will come in, and then, as we've heard before, they'll get numbers because they're admitted to evidence, and then he'll publish them. The jury's going to see them. Whether or not we see them is a question that remains unanswered.
And these may be photographs from even the student himself or other students?
Well, I think what I heard him say was he went to the hospital, and then I think that
he went to a medic station.
Medic station first, then to an actual hospital.
I see.
And these may have been photos that were taken at the hospital by the treating physician or by the treating professionals who were taking care of his injuries.
He was speaking about his friend, Alex Schachter. We did not see Max Schachter in the courtroom today. He was a presence there yesterday. We have seen the Guttenbergs. Linda Schulman was there, Scott Beagle's mom. The Dwarettes, I believe, are also right there in the courtroom as well. But not as many parents were there today as they were yesterday. This has just been gut-wrenching, and this is just day 2. Okay, they're taking off their headphones for this brief sidebar. Let's take a listen and see what will happen next. Looks like maybe the judge is reviewing some of these photographs. And now handing them back to lead prosecutor Mike Satz.
2M will be received as states 21. 2L. 2L will be received as states 22. 2Q for identification will be received as states 23. And 2O will be received as states 24.
Thank you, ma'am. May I publish these, please?
You may. Should these be viewed only by the jurors? And
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That's you, right, Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And just close-up of your arm. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your lip?
Yes.
And is this your other arm?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you. I have no other questions of Mr. Olson.
questions? Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Alexander Dorette, please.
So that was college student William Olson, who was a student in classroom 1216. He was injured, and the jury, not the public, just saw what was described as images of his gunshot wounds. He was one of the people who was injured, one of the 17 who was injured that day.
And named in the indictment. He was listed in count 19, a count that Cruz has pled guilty to already. And again, his testimony being offered to show what happened, an aggravating factor towards both the burglary, towards the calculated, premeditated, cruel way that this was all carried out, that there were bystanders that were injured as well. He gave some testimony about one of his fellow students who he saw laying at his feet. So part of the state's process of introducing all of the evidence necessary to prove their aggravating factors.
And so they may be introducing some other of the injured. Here comes another former student as well. Let's take a listen.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down and be seated. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Alexander Dorette, D-W-O-R-E-T.
Mr. Dorette, good morning.
Morning.
What do you do? Are you working?
Yes, I work at Audi.
Pardon?
Audi.
Okay. And do you do any trade school or anything like that?
Yes.
Where do you go?
Sheridan Technical College.
Okay. Mr. Dorette, I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I want to call your attention to the fourth period. Do you remember your fourth period?
Yes.
And Mr. Dorette, do you know where you were during the fourth period?
Yeah, I was at Marjorie, Stoneman Douglas.
Okay. And were you at a particular classroom?
Yeah, I was in English class.
Okay. And was that 1216?
Yes, sir.
And who was your teacher?
Miss Haas.
Okay. And did something happen during the fourth period, Mr. Dorette?
Yes, sir.
Would you please describe to us what happened?
So that day was a regular day, and then during the end of the period, I started hearing loud bangs. But at that moment, I didn't think it was anything out of the ordinary. You know, maybe it was the band coming through the hallways, you know, banging their drums or whatever.
Okay.
And then I just remember feeling a sensation on the back of my head, like a hot sensation, and I just realized I was in danger. So I reacted as quick as possible and tried to just get somewhere and cover. So I went to the hard corner of the room.
Okay.
And then while I was sitting there, you know, just trying not to think this is real, thinking it's, you know, fake, you know, and then just not trying to process, you know, what's going on. And then while I'm sitting there, you know, I have a couple of people around me that are just, you know, trying also not to, you know, freak out. And then I remember feeling trickling down the back of my head and onto my chest. And then, you know, I touched the back of my head, and then my hand was all bloody.
And where did you reach with your hand? What part of your head did you reach for?
Just like the middle of the back of my head.
Okay.
So I realized, you know, something's wrong, but I still didn't want to believe that it was, you know, a shooting or anything. So I was trying to stay calm. And then the people next to me were like, "Oh, are you okay? You know, are you you know, do you feel like you're gonna die, or, you know, something like that?" And then I was just sitting there, and then I looked straight ahead of me, and I saw Alex Shackner passed away over his desk, kind of like half of his body. There was like a metal bar on the desk, and half of his body was off the bar, and the other half was like
still kind of in a seat, and I saw a pile of blood like forming under him, and I saw his body not spasming, but more like trying to take his like final breaths. And then at that moment, it started getting more real. And then I was just sitting there, trying to stay calm and trying to keep the people around me calm, talking. And then I remember more shots coming in, which I thought were coming through the wall, but later I heard that they were each came back to shoot in the classroom again.
Okay.
And then I was just sitting there trying to stay calm and collected, and then the police showed up, and they came in the room and they asked, "Oh, is the shooter in here?" And we said no, and then they asked us to put our hands up, so we all put our hands up, and then they told us to walk out of the classroom and pretty much run out of the classroom and don't look back. So we ran out of the classroom, and then a guy, I don't know who, was like, "Oh, are you injured?" And I was. You could see the blood on me, so he was like, "Let's go to the ambulance." So I went to the ambulance, and they started treating me.
Okay. When you said the first time the shots came in, did you see where any of the shots hit?
No.
Okay. How about the second time? Did you see where any of the shots hit the second time?
Yeah, I saw them hitting the wall.
Okay. Do you know how much time between the first time the shots came in and the second time, Mr. Durrett?
I mean, to me it felt like 15 minutes, but I know that now that it wasn't that long.
Okay. Felt like a long time to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me show you state's exhibits. Besides Alex Chaker and yourself, did you see anyone else that was injured?
Yes, I saw Kishava, but
is that Kishava Menagaparan?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But at the time, I didn't know he was injured.
Okay. Anyone else?
No.
Okay. Let me show you. I've showed these to the defense.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 2S and 2R. Mr. Durrett, do you?
Yeah, I remember these.
Okay. You know who that person is?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. And does one of those photographs show what part of the head you were hit?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce 2R and 2S. Okay.
States 2R for identification will be received as states 25. Excuse me. And 2S for identification will be received as 26.
All right, I'm going to show you 25. And do you recognize who that is?
Yes, sir.
Who is it?
That's me.
Okay. And where was this taken? Do you remember?
North Broward Hospital.
Okay. And show you 26. You know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's me.
And does that show the area where you were hit?
Yeah.
Where? Could you point to it? And the illustrator, you know how to use that?
I don't, but I'll try.
Go ahead, you can do it. Just hit one of the colors.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Yeah, about right there.
Okay, all right. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Excuse me, defense, any questions? No. Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
So that was Alex Durrett. He was in English class when the shots were fired. He was hit in the head. His brother was killed. So was his friend Alex Chaker. Just awful to hear that.
Awful to hear it, but such a calm young man.
Yes, his testimony was calm, describing what happened that day. He said that he sort of felt this buzzing, and he felt the back of his head, and it was hard for him to process what actually happened. He didn't want to believe that it was a shooting at first, he said. And then he saw the blood. He was taken away by a medic, and he went to North Broward Hospital. And so some of the images that the jury saw, those were his injuries.
And just, again, another example of some gut-wrenching testimony, but from this particular witness, the fact that after being shot, he was able to recall what had happened in such great detail, and then just the way he relayed this to the jurors in sort of a matter-of-fact way, and then looking at his injuries again.
He is the brother of Nicholas Dwaret, who died, and it sounds like they are taking a recess. I believe the judge said until 1 o'clock.
Right. Looks like they're getting an early lunch, and they're back at 1 to hear some more testimony. It may be a function of who the next witness is going to be, how long that witness is going to take. She mentioned something about, making sure people got to and from their cars in enough time, were able to take a break. They may also be addressing, while the jury is out, some other motions that are pending that need to be addressed before they call the next witness. We'll find out whether or not that's going to happen if they leave the defendant in the courtroom, or if he's escorted out as soon as the jury leaves.
But so far today, the witnesses that we've heard from, they've been students who were injured. William Olson, who was in classroom 1216, he was shot. We heard from Christopher McKenna. He was that first student who was there, who encountered Nikolas Cruz when he was armed. So we're starting to sort of hear the narrative that pieces together what happened that day through the eyes of the students who were there at the time. Let's take a listen.
And I just wanted to...
Hold on just 1 second. So I said we were in recess for lunch, but then the defense wanted to make an argument. So technically we're not in recess. So if you would like to come back in and sit down, you may do so. If you want to exit, you may do so. But I'm going to have the defense just wait a minute until everybody is either seated or has exited. Sorry for the confusion there. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm not asking for a ruling. I'm not further arguing any objections already made. I just wanted to make a record because based on anticipated evidence from the state, I think it's important for the court to know the following. The state has thus far admitted 2 different videos pursuant to S-19, subsequent to the testimony of Mr. Ron Lowther. And there was one video that, at the beginning of the video, is entitled Nikolas Cruz Timeline. And that is apparently, it's approximately a 15-minute long video that the jury was shown. And I just wanted the court to be aware of the fact that in that video, the victims are seen being shot by Mr. Cruz on the following number of occasions. Mr. Hoyer twice, Mr. Duque Aguiano twice, Ms. Montalto twice, Ms. Baez once, Mr. Hickson 4 times, Mr. Theis once, Mr. Beagle once, Ms. Pollock 4 times, Ms. Logren 4 times, Mr. Oliver.
I'm sorry, how were you able to make that record from that video?
And I was going to say this at the end. When I'm saying these numbers, I don't mean the number of shots actually in terms of them being hit. I mean scenes of them being shot. So for instance, when the video footage switches from one angle to another, both vantage points show the same incident or the same occurrence. And so when I say, for instance, that Ms. Logren is seen being shot on 4 different occasions, it's because the camera switches and shows the same incident from a different angle.
4 times or 2 times?
4 times, because she was shot on 2 separate occasions in real life, and those 2 separate occasions are shown from 2 different cameras, totaling 4
In
times.
other words, he shot her the first time, then came back and shot her again.
Yes, ma'am.
And it shows him taking 2 passes at that particular victim
from two different angles, one from the east and one from the west.
Exactly, yes, ma'am. And so that was just for an example, Ms. Logren again. The same with Mr. Oliver 4 times, Mr. Long 4 times, Ms. Guttenberg 3 times, Mr. Borges once, Mr. Lehman twice, Mr. Kavachenko twice. And I'm just making that record because it's going to be important for purposes of cumulative objections going forward. Thank you.
Well, just so that the record is clear, there are different views of cameras, as has been brought out. There's a camera on the east pointing west, there's a camera on the west pointing east, and there's one in the middle pointing west. So there are going to be different advantages from each camera in terms of what they show. And they show additional things as well. So I'm not sure what the record, just so the record is clear in response to what the defense says, there are multiple cameras that do depict the same act, but they show additional matters as well.
All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
Okay, so the defense, explain this to me, please. They made a motion because there are cameras in the video that was shown to the jury earlier that may show more than one instance of a victim being shot. So the defense was arguing that that is inflammatory?
Well, they're arguing that it's cumulative. It's all going to be inflammatory, but what they're arguing is that because it's cumulative, it increases the likelihood that the jurors are going to place more weight on that particular viewpoint, and they wanted to raise their objection again for purposes of appeal and perhaps to argue later on that the state should not have been allowed to introduce so much video, especially if it's from the same angle and it doesn't depict a different shooting. But
so that they make sure, and so they're making this objection because they want to have that on the record.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And because if they don't object now, they can't object later. You have to object at the time that the evidence is coming in. They had made a preliminary objection before, and he wanted to just supplement the record and make it clear to the Court of Appeals, who's going to be looking at this down the road, what the basis was for their objection. And the state's response was, look, there are multiple camera angles. We've explained that to you. That's why some of it is duplicative of what you have here. But it's relevant, and it's important for the jurors to see just what happened. And so we're going to introduce all of that video. And yes, some of it is going to overlap some of the others, but it's because of the different angle that we're selecting it from. So they're entitled to do that. The judge ruled that she was going to let them do that. And so that's what came in front of these jurors.
So more witnesses, more testimony likely coming up at 1 o'clock is when the judge said that they will be back. We'll be there with you every step of the way. I'm Janine Stanwood along with David Weinstein, and we will see you then. Good afternoon. I'm Janine Stanwood. This is the sentencing of Nikolas Cruz. I'm being joined by our legal expert, David Weinstein, today. So far, we have seen that there was surveillance video that the jurors saw. We know that the state called several witnesses, including 2 survivors of the shooting. It's been quite a morning.
It has, and that testimony that they provided, hearing it come from their mouths, what was going on around them as the shots were ringing out, and these are people who were injured either by bullets that were shot at them or by fragments of glass or something that was going on around them, the impact that that has on the jurors to give them this sort of first-hand experience of what's going on, and adds to the videos that they've seen and getting them a bigger picture as to the factors.
No doubt. Well, we've already heard from 12 witnesses. Let's see who witness number 13 is that Mike Satz is going to call.
Handed over some additional documents to the defense attorneys to look at, so he's clearly going to introduce something through this witness, whether it's pictures, whether it's invoices or something else, remains to be seen.
This appears to be another student or former student from the school, followed maybe by a family member. Family members have been coming in. They've been sitting in the front row as these witnesses take the stand.
It could be additional photos of injuries that this person suffered, like we saw from the earlier witnesses.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay, thank you. You can be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Kishava Menagaparan, Menagaparan.
Okay, we are not going to be able to hear you like that. So if we can either have you scoot up into the microphone.
My name is Kishava Menagaparan, Menagaparan.
Okay. And Mr. Magaparam, are you going to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
University of Central Florida.
And what year are you in?
I'm going to be a sophomore soon.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And do you remember where you were during the 4th period of that day?
Yes, Miss Haas's class, 1216.
Pardon?
Miss Haas's class.
Okay. And 1216?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us what you remember happening during 4th period on February the 14th.
It was a regular day. During almost the end of the period, we heard loud noises. Wasn't exactly sure what it was, but as everyone did everything, we hid under a table. The way I was seated, I had to get away. There was a metal bar on this side and on this side. So when I turned, I got hit. And during that time, I went under a table. While I was there under the table, I had to just wait, I guess. And a little bit later, I assumed there were shots coming from the other classroom, so I saw bullet holes. But I later learned it was actually the second round of shots from the shooter. And then after me and my friend saw those shots, I went to the front of the desk where I saw William Olson. He had a little bit of blood on him, and from there was just waiting.
Okay. So you hear these sounds. You know where the sounds sounded like they were coming from?
Yes, from my door.
From what?
From the door.
Okay. And did you see any shots come in the door?
No.
And when you said you were hit, where were you shot?
Yes.
Where were you shot?
Like the right side of my stomach.
I'm sorry?
The right side of my stomach.
Okay. And then you went and hid behind the table?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay. And did you see anyone else shot?
I saw William Olson get hurt.
I'm sorry?
William Olson get hurt.
William Olson? Okay. And I hope you don't mind taking that off. It might put any pressure on you to take that. Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw William Olson. Did you see anyone else get shot?
Alex Chaker.
Alex Chaker. And where was Alex when you saw him?
We were in a group together, so basically diagonal from me on his desk, he instantly.
Okay. And anyone else?
No.
How many, did you see shots coming from the door?
No, my back was to the window most of the time.
Did there, so after those first shots came in, what happened after that?
So the first shots came in, I was able to, there was a table attached to the wall near the whiteboard. Me and a friend were underneath. We just waited until we saw shots, more shots there. There was like little bullet holes coming through the wall. At that time, I assumed it was from the other classroom, but later on I learned it was actually since he came back and shot, and I moved towards the front of the teacher's desk at that point.
Okay, and then what happened after that? Did you hear anything else?
Shots kept getting further, they kept going upstairs.
Okay.
There was a lot of dust.
Okay, and then what happened?
After that, it was just waiting until the police came and helped us out.
And I know it's hard to remember. Do you remember how long it took before the police got there?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. Kishava, let me show you, I've showed these pictures to the professionals. Let me show you pictures, photographs. This one's marked 2X. Hold that if you like. 2W, 2U, 2V, and 2T. I ask you, Mr. Menagaparan, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And who are they photographs of?
Me.
Okay. And where were they taken?
At a hospital.
Okay. Was this after the shooting?
Yes.
And do they illustrate where they were shot?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have them back, please? Your Honor, may I introduce these, please?
Say a brief sidebar, please.
Okay.
So this is witness number 13, friends of William Olson. He was there in that classroom as Olson was shot. He says he was shot in the side of the stomach. He was hiding under a table, and right now a piece of evidence is pictures of his injuries, and of course now there's another sidebar. So what does this mean?
The same thing that we saw happen before with the other witness, who they intend to introduce pictures of that witness's gunshot wounds and the injuries that they suffered. The defense is objecting. They're claiming that they're going to be cumulative, they're of little probative value, they're overwhelming in terms of the number they need to introduce. The state's going to want to introduce all 5 of them. The judge is going to rule on that issue, and then the judge is also going to rule on whether or not they're so graphic, the images that are contained, that the rest of us will be allowed to see them, or whether it's simply only going to be shown to the jurors at this point.
We had some viewers asking, why would the defense do this? But this is not anything unusual. This is just them doing their job, making sure that their objections are on the record, because they have to work in the best interest of their client.
Exactly. And if you don't preserve your objection at the time that it occurs, you can't go back and say, 4 witnesses ago or last witness, we meant to object to something. No, you need to make your objection contemporaneously at the time that they're trying to introduce the evidence. And so therefore the record reflects that you made your objection, the judge reviewed it, the judge ruled on it, and so when this goes up to the Court of Appeals, there'll be a complete record, and the Court of Appeals will be able to determine whether the trial court judge made the right decision. One of the things that was compelling about this witness's testimony, and it carries over from the other witnesses as well, it factored into 4 of the different aggravating factors. It talked about a great risk of death. Here he talked about somebody shooting not once, but twice into the classroom, that he thought they were shooting in the classroom next door, but no, it turned out, in his words, he had come back for a second time to shoot at them. Heinous, atrocious, and cruel to be in a classroom full of students who can't see where the bullets are coming from, firing them through the glass. Cold, calculated, premeditated. Again, not only shooting once through the glass, but knowing there are students cowering in that room, coming back and shooting again after you've presumably injured somebody. And so these are all important factors for the jury to consider, and that's why these witnesses are testifying. That's why they want to put these pictures into evidence, to impress upon the jury, we told you we'd have aggravating factors.
Okay, let's listen in.
States 2X for identification is received as states 27. 2W for identification is received as states 28. 2U is received as states 29. 2V as in Victor is received as states 30. And 2T as in Tom is received as 31.
So she just said all 5 pictures can be allowed in as evidence.
Correct. He submitted 5 different photos preliminarily for identification, then they objected, she reviewed it, and she's let all 5 of these photos in. Again, similar to what her rulings were before, and now they're going to publish these photos to the jury. The question remains whether or not the rest of us are going to see them.
Doubtful, considering that the public has not seen the previous photos from earlier today, but it looks like, are they reviewing or are they viewing now? I think they
Probably
may
some review, and he's going to go put them up on the projector.
I see. And just a reminder for our viewers, everybody in the jury is able to see them. They all have their own screens.
15, can you see that?
Yes.
That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And states 27. And is that your right arm?
Yes.
Okay. And states 28. Can you see it okay?
Yes.
And where is that?
My right arm is.
Okay. And states number 29. What's that show?
Everywhere I got hit almost.
Okay. And is this a close, Stacy Exhibit 30, is this a close-up?
Yes.
Okay. And did they accurately depict your injuries as they existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Menagaparan. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
So this was witness Kishava Menagaparan, who was one of the students in room 1216. David, it's really interesting that we've now been hearing from survivors, really for the first time, at least in court. Some of them have spoken before, but I don't think this young man has. And to hear them speak about what happened that day, to see the shots being fired. He says he did not see the shots coming into the room. Other students did, but he did not. But to hear those shots, to be wounded, to see some of their classmates die in front of them is really something. Of course, it adds to the aggravating factors for the state, but for viewers at home, for the families who are in the courtroom listening, it's tough.
And it has to be even tougher for those families who are in the courtroom whose children didn't survive. This is a fortunate enough young man that his injury was not so severe that he was able to get medical care and medical attention, so that he's now a victim who can testify as to what happened on that day. Others, they're just not there anymore, and it has to be tough for
Think about
their family.
the Dwaret family. So Alex Dwaret spoke. He was shot in the head. He described in harrowing detail what happened to him. His brother Nikolas did not survive. His family members in that front row listening to him give a play-by-play of what happened that afternoon. We have another witness who is coming in now. This is witness, I believe, number 14 for the state. So let's take a listen.
Just remain standing to be sworn.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Okay. My name is Dara Haas. My last name is Haas, H-A-S as in Sam.
Okay.
S as in Sam.
Okay, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Haas. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Good. So, how are you employed?
I work for Broward County Schools.
Okay, and are you assigned to a specific school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Okay, and where is Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
It's in Parkland.
Okay, and how long have you worked at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
I started there in the fall of 2016, and I'm currently still there.
26 years?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I started in 2016.
Okay.
And I'm still there.
Okay.
Currently.
And were you in school or were you employed prior to 2016?
I was working at other schools within Broward County.
Okay. How long have you been a teacher?
About 15 years, I believe.
Okay. And what do you presently teach?
English.
I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. What were you teaching then?
Yes.
And what were you teaching?
English.
And were you assigned to a particular classroom?
Yes, I was in 1216.
And 1216 is located where?
In the 12 building at Marjorie, Stoneman, Douglas.
The 1200 building or the freshman building?
Correct.
Okay. And you were in 1216?
Correct.
And that was your classroom?
Yes.
How long prior to February the 14th, 2018, was that your classroom?
It had been my classroom that year and the previous year.
Okay, so approximately 2 years?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to call your attention to that date of February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
What time does school start at Marjorie Stoneman, or did school start at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas back on February the 14th, 2018?
7:40.
Okay, and what time do classes end?
2:40.
All right, and fourth period. Were you teaching fourth period?
Yes.
And what classroom?
And I was teaching fourth period in 1216.
Okay, and what time does your last period start?
I think it was 1:10. I'm not sure.
It's an hour and a half or 90-minute class?
Yes, it's 90 minutes.
Okay. And is it a English? It's not specific English class?
It would be English 1
Okay.
with the freshmen.
Okay. All right. So during fourth period, Ms. Haas, tell us what happened.
So in the fourth period class, the students were working. They were working quietly on their assignment. And we heard the pop, 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 the sounds of the gunshots.
Okay.
It happened quick. And my first instinct was it was a drill, so I went to shut the blinds, but the sound, it was so loud. I remember shaking and telling the students to go where they needed to go. It was a drill, and the students were screaming. Students were coming to my desk and screaming and shouting and coming over to any area they could. I turned around quickly, and that's when I saw that it was not a drill. One of the students was injured. He didn't have time to make it out of his desk.
And who was that, Ms. Haas?
That was Alex Chaker.
Okay.
He got injured very quickly. It happened very fast in the classroom. I quickly called 911, and as I called 911, I texted my husband, to call 911, that this was an emergency. The sounds were loud, and they were just a lot of them. The room filled with smoke. It was hazy. The kids were doing their best they could to get to safety in a classroom that has nowhere to go. We just tried our best to follow the direction of the 911 that said to stay quiet and to do our best while help was on the way. It was hazy, and you could smell the sulfur from the guns, and debris was flying across the room, and the students were crying, and so many students had been injured, and all of a sudden it was quiet. There had been so many gunshots and so many sounds, whether it was sounds in the hallway or shooting in the room, I didn't know. And then all of a sudden it was quiet, We heard a little yelling in the hall, and there was punching at the window on my door where it had shattered, but it didn't break. And terrified, I remember staring at the door and the punching, and when the arm came in, I saw the emblem of the police, and I knew that they had come in, and the team came in, and they took the students out. But it was hard for me to leave because I wanted to stay with the students that couldn't go, and the police officer told me to quickly get out and that he would help the students that were still there that had been very injured. It was Elena Petty.
Who? I'm sorry?
Elena Petty.
Elena Petty. Where was Elena?
She was by my desk.
Okay. How about Alyssa Alphadeck?
She was on the floor.
Okay.
In the classroom, and the police officer quickly helped me out of the classroom, out of the building, and an officer assisted me to the sidewalk where I was met by William Olson, who was covered in blood, and I asked him if he was injured, if it was his blood, and he was in shock and didn't know, and he thought he was injured. We took him to the EMT, but as soon as I got there with him, I prepared to stay with him, but Samantha Fuentes
She wasn't in your class, was she?
She was not in my class, but she had gotten my attention because she was so injured that she needed assistance as well, and I got her to the EMTs and helped other students, and the police then escorted me to the Holmberg corner. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you mentioned Alex Schachter, you saw him shot, and Elena Petty and Alyssa Alphadeck. How about Kishava Magapuram? Was he in your class?
Yes, he was. I remember Kishava. He was in front of my desk, and I still remember his face because he was injured as well. And he was in there with, there was Justin Colton, there was Justin, Kishava, Genesis, I know William.
Genesis Valentin? Is that
yes,
okay.
She had been injured.
Did you mention William Olson?
William Olson, yes. And also Alex Dorrit.
Dorrit, okay.
Had been injured as well in the classroom.
All right, so did you see the shots first come in your window?
No, it happened so fast.
Okay.
There was debris flying over, whether it was the shots or that, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did there come a time where more shots came in a short time afterwards?
Yes.
Do you know how much time between the first set of shots and the second set?
I don't. It just all seemed to happen so quick.
Okay. Let me show you, I've showed this photograph to you.
No.
I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 2Y for identification. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, it's Alex Schachter.
Okay, it's Alex Schachter, and I'm going to show you 2Z.
Alyssa Alida.
And 3A.
Elena Petty.
Okay, Your Honor. Yeah, I know for these.
Is there any objection? Okay, states 2Y for identification will be received as states 32. States 2Z for identification will be received as states 33. And states 3A will be received as states 34.
further questions of Ms. Haas, but if the defense doesn't object, I'll show the photographs to the jury
At a later time?
after she leaves. There's no reason.
Oh.
Unless they object to that.
No, sir. Okay. Do you have any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Mr. Sachs, are these photos for the public?
So that was Dara Haas. She was witness number 14. She is an MSD teacher, and excuse me because,
Okay, folks,
you know, she was in the classroom when that happened.
that's Alex Chaker.
And I think right now they are showing photographs, and I don't know if these are photographs of the injured students or if these are just photographs identifying the students who were in her classroom. But she was there as Alyssa Al-Hadef. Elena Petty was discovered dead on the floor, and Alex Chaker, she said, did not have a chance to make it out of his desk.
It's just horrible, Janine. Gut-wrenching for all of us. Just to hear this woman who was protecting her students in the classroom and who just moments before had been teaching these students, and now to see them lying in a heap dead in front of her. Again, horrible and horrific, but important for the state to establish just how horrible this crime was, and the same effect that it's had on all of us is going to have that effect on those jurors. We can't see their reaction, but you have to believe, Janine, that their reaction is the same as yours. And
Sure.
although you've interacted with some of these families,
Absolutely.
and it's a little more personal for you, but for this woman to come forward and to have to testify and then to look at the pictures afterwards of these three students, whether they were graphic images or just pictures of
Correct.
her former students, and taking her back to that point in time, the impact is just unfathomable.
Absolutely.
And it carries the message that the prosecution is trying to put forward here, and that is, look how atrocious this was. If anyone deserves a death penalty for what happened here, it's Nikolas Cruz.
And she's describing the haze and the debris as those shots are being fired. She says that at one time she heard a punching on the door. As you know, there's some impact glass, and eventually she saw what she believed was some sort of seal or a patch, and it was a police officer who came in. And she said the toughest part, and it just excuse me because this testimony really got to me. She said the toughest part was not being able to. And thank you. Somebody just brought me Kleenex. Was having to leave.
She wanted to stay there with them. She wanted to continue to protect them. She wanted to make sure they got out of the classroom.
There were gravely injured students there who she knew were not leaving, and she wanted to leave with them.
You could almost hear the relief in her voice when she talked about the glass being punched out.
Correct.
And an arm coming through and showing to her that it was over and that somebody was coming to help save them.
Yep, correct. Everybody's bringing me Kleenex, and I just thank you very much, Carrie. This is, live television, and I'm sure that people are feeling the same way right here. I think they were in a sidebar, but it looks like now they are discussing. So let's take a listen.
Thank you very much. I'm going to need you to lean in a bit more. And speak as loudly as you can.
Okay.
And please tell me your full name and then spell your last name for the record.
My full name is Isabel Chaker. My last name is spelled Chdequer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chaker. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. So, do you go to school?
Yes, I go to UCF in Orlando.
Okay, and what year are you in?
I am a senior, so I graduate soon.
Okay. And did you go to high school somewhere?
Yes, I went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida.
Okay, and how many years did you go before you graduated?
I went all 4 years.
Okay, so I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were during fourth period?
Yes, I was in room 1214, Miss Seamus's History of the Holocaust class.
Okay, let me show you. Can you see that, Ms. Chaker? Okay.
Yes, now I can.
Okay. And do you know how to work the...
Do I just use my fingers?
Yeah, we just hit a color.
Just wait till the colors
Well, it comes up.
on the screen.
Okay.
Now they're up.
Okay. Yes, I see.
Yeah.
Should I circle my class?
Yeah, please. Okay, so that's 12:14, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's your fourth period.
Yes.
And it's Ms. Seamus's class, you said Holocaust history?
Yes.
Okay. So during fourth period, Ms. Chaker, please tell us what happened.
Okay, so that day we had been doing group presentations. So at the very beginning of class, we were finishing those presentations up. And then afterwards, we moved into a computer program called Eyewitness, where we would do, it's like a program where we read about the Holocaust and like history about it. And that day specifically, we were talking about the Olympics that took place. And so we were in the middle of doing work on the computer while also doing like listening to a lecture with Ms. Seamus. It was kind of open-ended discussion. And all of a sudden we heard, I think I heard like about 3 or 4 shots. And I immediately recognized what it was. And the whole classroom kind of just went into like flight mode. We went into different corners of the classroom. So I went, I believe, with a couple of other students to the corner that's directly across from the door. But I soon realized that it was in direct view of the window in the door. So I then moved to the corner that's diagonal from the door, which is where about, I think, half the class was, whereas the other half of the class went to the area, the corner next to the door, which was behind the desk. It was like not in view of the door. And so from there, at some point when I got to the corner diagonal from the door, that's when I got behind the filing cabinet that a couple of students had moved. And I think sometime during my movement is when I was grazed twice. I'm not exactly sure when. And then from there, we just kind of hid behind the filing cabinet and waited. And I was around a couple of other students, 2 of which I noticed, one of which I noticed was injured almost immediately, and another,
Who was that?
That was Samantha Fuentes. Her face was bleeding, and we were all kind of freaking out a little bit, and then afterwards, another student next to me, that was like, because we were kind of squished in the area, was complaining about a pain in her back, and that was Daniella Menescal, and she ended up also being injured that day.
Who was that?
Daniella Menescal.
Okay.
I don't know how long the time passed, but during it, we were just kind of, I tried calling 911 at one point, but my call never went through. And then while we were waiting for what seemed like a really long time, but again, I don't really know how long it was. I think it was a lot shorter. That was when I looked over, like, to the right of me, which was more where the corner was, since I was a little bit further from the corner.
Just don't worry about that. We'll get
Okay. And I saw Helena, like, I noticed that she had passed away. And then shortly after that, I began to freak out a little bit, but we were all just trying to calm each other down, as other students were realizing too. And then eventually, the police came, and they asked us to put our hands up, and they took the wounded first, but I went to find my friend who was on the corner of the class where the desk was, Ms. Seamus's desk. She was on that side of the class.
Right.
And when I got up, that's also when I noticed the other student who had passed away in our class, Nikolas.
When you were saying Helena, you're talking about Helena Ramsey?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And did you see Samantha Grady? Was she in your class too?
Yeah, but I didn't see her. I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. How about Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, I saw him when the police asked us to get up and put our hands up. I turned back, and that's when I saw him.
Okay. And you were wounded?
Yes, I was.
And where were you wounded?
I was grazed on my right foot and on my left arm.
I'm sorry?
My right foot and my left arm.
Thank you.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show defense counsel.
So this is Isabel Chaker, who was in a class that day. She was not in 1216, the English classroom, but she was in the history of the Holocaust class. This was another class that was affected by the shooting. She says she was grazed in her foot, in her arm, and she said that's when she was told to leave the classroom after she was grazed, hands in the air, and she noticed at least 2 of her friends.
She described having looked back and having gone over to see where her friends were and having discovered that 2 of them had died.
Helena Ramsey and Nicholas Tourette, 2 of them. Of course, we heard from Nicholas's brother, Alex, earlier in the day. He was one of the witnesses that were called. The state now calling not only some witnesses, but calling people who were injured by Nikolas Cruz, and this again goes towards those aggravating factors.
Right, and these are additional victims who he's pled guilty to having shot at and attempted to murder. And the courage that all these young people are showing to have to come back into the courtroom and testify about this again, something that happened 4 years ago, that they have worked for 4 years to get themselves at peace with and to come to grips with. They now have to do this all over again.
Some of them have spoken about it publicly on their own terms, via social media, via Twitter, but to be in a courtroom, even though, you know, it's sort of a friendly setting for them, they're not getting cross-examined, it's still extremely intimidating, and it's a lot for these people. Now, 4.5 years later, to have to recount exactly what happened in detail. The prosecutor's asking, who did you see? And she had to say that she saw Helena Ramsey. She saw Nicholas Tourette on the ground as she was leaving.
And you can hear it in her voice. You can see it when she speaks back. And then if you look at the positioning of where the witness stand is to where the defense table is, when she's looking back over and looking at the prosecutor, she's asking the questions to him out of either the corner of her eye or nearly in her straight view. She's looking right at Nikolas Cruz, the person who did this to her, who did this to her friends. And, you know, it's her testimony, again, reliving this, that gets the point across to these jurors just how extreme the aggravating factors are and why the state continues to push forward to seek the death penalty. And, again, there are 17 victims who were killed during the course of the shooting and these 17 additional attempted homicide victims. And it's important for the prosecution to emphasize the aggravating factors as to all 17 of these victims. We've only been through 2 days. And as the prosecution has taken the jurors through a journey of the classroom as to how it happened with the video surveillance, with the pictures, and now weaving testimony from students who were in the classroom, from teachers who were there teaching these students and recalling what had happened on that day, they're painting a very vivid picture for these jurors as to exactly what was going on 4 years ago on Valentine's Day.
Sure. Starting with room 16, we heard from the English teacher who was in that room. She described hearing those loud noises. She described seeing the haze and the smoke and seeing her students in the position that they were. We've heard from those students as well. So you're absolutely right. The prosecution is painting this picture of sheer terror unleashed by Nikolas Cruz, and that is really what they're going to be building on in the days to come.
And again, this is just day 2. And we've heard about this case before. It's been talked about. We've heard evidence that's been discussed during hearings. We heard him plead guilty to the 17 counts of murder and the attempted murders. But to hear the testimony of those young people and of the teachers who were in those classrooms when this is happening, it really brings to heart and brings home exactly why it is the prosecution is seeking the death penalty 17 times in this case.
And making a very strong point to name these victims by name. It wasn't just, oh, my friend I saw who I had to leave. It was making a point to say that she saw Helena Ramsey, that she saw Nicholas Dworet, that in the prior testimony from the teacher Dara Haas, we heard about Alex Schachter, Alyssa Al-Hadef, Elena Petty, Alex Dworet, all of these people, these victims and these survivors. It's important to name them by name, which is exactly what Mike Satz did in his opening statements, naming them, listing their ages, talking about the nature of their injuries so that we knew these are 17 people who were killed and 17 people who Nikolas Cruz tried to kill. And that is the case that's being made right now on full display.
And he has to get the witnesses.
You want to move in now, not, you're not going to ask for a volunteer.
Oh, yeah. Thought I did. Thank you, Ron. Okay, Ms. Chaker, I want to show you. This is State's Exhibit 3B. Do you recognize that lady?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's me.
And State's Exhibit 3C. What is that?
That's my feet. My feet.
It's your foot?
Yeah.
Okay, is that where you were wounded?
Yes.
Okay. Here's State's Exhibit 3G.
Yes, that's my foot.
That's the foot without the bandage on it?
Yes, correct.
And show you Exhibit 3E.
Yes, that's my left arm.
It's your left arm where you're wounded?
Yes.
And this is your left, is this your State's Exhibit 3F?
That's my left arm with the bandage.
Okay. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce these, please.
Okay. Over the defense objection, states 3B will be received as states 35. States 3C, as in Charlie for identification, will be received as 36. States 3E for identification will be received as 37. 3F, as in Frank, will be received as 38. And 3G, as in George, will be received as 39.
I believe you skipped 3G.
3G? D. I didn't see a 3D. G. There's no D. There was no 3D. There was
There's only 4
3B,
photographs.
3C, 3E, 3F, and 3G.
Is that 5 total, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Five with her, her in the bed. Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So just to be clear, there was nothing marked 3D as in David.
No.
Judge, can you just give me a count, please? Double check. That's correct, Judge.
You said it when you said
Wait a minute. I didn't. Okay, sorry to keep you waiting. So, just for the jury's benefit here, let me just move this. And I think you said that's you?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you said you were wounded in your foot?
Yes, that's my right foot.
Is that your right foot? Okay. And here's State's Exhibit number 30.
Yes, that's my foot again.
Okay. And the other one I didn't mention is 39. Okay. And State's Exhibit 37.
Yes, that's my arm.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 38. Does that show where on your arm you're wounded?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chaker. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Ms. Chaker.
Thank you, Ms.
So once again, that was witness number 15, Isabel Chaker, who was in the classroom when the shooting happened. The exhibits showed some of the injuries to her foot and to her hand. And David, you were saying, we were talking about the state making sure to name all of these victims' names. That's important for the record.
It's absolutely important for the record, and it has to be done. As hard as it is, and as harsh as it might seem, that he's asking her to please name the names and repeat them again. And what did you say? It's not just to get her to say them again, but he has to lay a record. He has to put on the record the evidence. Him saying that in opening statements, that's not evidence. And the judge already told him that, and she'll tell them that again. So he has to get a witness to testify who those victims were, what she saw, how they were, how they appeared. So as tough as this is for each of these victims, it's absolutely necessary in order for the state to make their case and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these aggravating factors exist. And the other thing is, if you looked at her while she was waiting for them to show the pictures, you could see she was not diverting her attention from Michael Satz in front of her. She was not going to look over at the defense table because she was going to have to look Cruz in the eye again. And all of these students who are coming in to testify, they're having to relive it again, but it's essential to establish these aggravating factors, as harsh as it may seem on them.
Exactly. To be in the same room as the person who may have injured you and killed your friends. Can't imagine it. So here we have witness number 16. Let's take a listen.
You can go ahead and be seated. If you would please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Daniella Menescal, Menescal.
Can you state your name higher?
Good afternoon, Ms. Menescal. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. So, do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Boston University.
Okay. And what year are you in?
I'm going to be a senior.
Okay. And where did you go to high school?
I went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas,
And when did you graduate?
2019.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yep.
What year were you in?
I was a junior.
You were a junior?
Yes.
And do you remember your fourth period on that day, on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and where was your fourth period?
It was in the 1200 building,
Okay, and what classroom?
1214.
And what class was it?
History of the Holocaust.
Okay, and who was teaching the class?
It was Miss Seamus.
Okay, so did anything happen during the fourth period?
Yes.
Would you tell us what happened?
So after we were done with our class, we kind of finished our work. We were working on our computers, and it was around 2:20 to 21. I was talking to my friend, and we heard loud bangs. So my classmates and I kind of just spread to the room. Some of us went to one corner of the room. Some of us went to the other corner of the room, which was visible to from the door, from the window door. Right. I chose to go to the corner of the room that was visible from the window. And so me and my classmates who were there, some of them moved a filing cabinet so we could protect ourselves. And at that point, I did not know what was happening. I thought it was a shooting drill, so I didn't really cover myself too much. I never looked to the door, but I was facing the door. And as I was talking to my friend, telling her, it's fine, this is probably just a drill, I felt a sharp pain in my back. So that made me move towards like the back of a TV that was in front of me. And so when I moved to that place, my friend besides me was kind of like touching my back. So that's when I looked down and I saw that my white pants were full of blood. And so I realized that it was probably not a drill. But since the pain came from behind me, I thought that they were shooting from the outside of the building, since it didn't make sense that I was facing the door and I got hurt in my back. So I kind of just stayed there, looking down. I wasn't really looking up. And yeah, so I did see many of my friends who were wounded, but I couldn't really see towards like the other corner of the room where my other classmates were. And yeah, so basically we waited there for about 15, I guess, 20 minutes. I'm not sure how long it was until the police came, or the SWAT team came, and they asked if they were injured in the classroom. And so they asked for the injured to walk out the classroom first. So when I stood up, that's when I like really saw that I was hurt in my leg. And because I saw like also that I had like a hole in my shirt, so I wasn't sure what it was. But I walked outside. They guided me through the classroom, and then as I walked outside, we walked over 2 bodies. I couldn't really see their faces, but we walked outside the hallway, and yeah, so they took me to an ambulance after that, and I didn't have my phone in the classroom. It was in the back charging, so I couldn't call my parents while it was happening. So yeah, as soon as I got into the ambulance, one of the nurses gave me her phone to call my parents, and that's when I called them and told them that I was going to the hospital.
To the hospital, okay. You said your friends were wounded. Who was wounded? Did you saw on 12th floor 14?
So I know Isabel Chaker was wounded. Samantha Fuentes was wounded, and Samantha Grady was wounded, and 2 of my classmates were fatally wounded.
And who were they?
They were Nick Dort and Helena Ramsey.
Okay. I want to show you these photographs, Ms. Menescal. States Exhibit 3J, 3H, and 3K. I want you to take a look at that. First, 3K, do you recognize who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
That's me.
Okay. And States Exhibit 3H, does that show your wound
Yes.
in your leg?
Mm-hmm.
And States Exhibit 3J, does that show your wound in your back?
Yep.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer these exhibits, 3K, 3H, and 3J.
Is there any objection?
Raise those, ma'am.
Okay.
So this is witness Daniella Menescal. She was in room 14. Once again, that history of Holocaust class. When those shots rang out, she describes initially thinking that it was a drill.
And she's not the first person to have said that. And it's unfortunate that in this day and age, and even back in 2018, that the students are thinking that what they're hearing is a drill and it's not really live action, and then reality hits, and it was an actual attack that was taking place. And then again, as all the other witnesses have done so far, she has to recount what she saw, the people she saw injured and dying, the fact that she was injured, and that's what made her realize what was going on, all to pinpoint the state's argument.
Received as states 40.
So it sounds like the judge is going through some of these exhibits, correct? And we believe that these are photos of her and of her injuries.
Correct, much the same as we saw from the prior witnesses, again, to show the extent of what happened to these victims, how serious, again, the premeditation, the cold calculated, the reckless disregard in this instance for human life, because he's just shooting randomly into a classroom, and these people, while they didn't die, they were certainly injured by the bullets he was firing.
She said she felt a pain in her back. She wasn't sure what it was, and then she realized there was blood. She's let out, and she couldn't call her parents because her phone had been charging in the back of the classroom. She says a nurse was able to lend her the telephone, and she called her parents, who were sitting right there in the front row. For them to have to listen to this as well, knowing that they had to receive that phone call from her. And now 4.5 years later, listening to her recount it again, it's just got to be tough.
Yes.
And States Exhibit 40. What's that show?
That's my left, my right leg wounded.
That's where you were hit?
Yes.
Okay. And show you States Exhibit 41. What's that show?
That is my wound in my my lower back.
Okay, thank you.
And they accurately depict the wounds that you received on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Menescal.
Any questions from the defense? No. Thank you, Ms. You're excused.
Thank you.
So once again, David, you were saying that the whole point of this is to illustrate some of these aggravating factors that the state is using in their side.
Right. They continue to build the record, and once the photos are in, there has to be an explanation as to why the photos are coming in. And again, as painful as it is for each of these young adults to have to identify their body parts and where they were injured and how they were injured, it goes towards the record showing the aggravating factor. What a prosecutor says, what a defense attorney says, that's not evidence. What's evidence is what's admitted in, and then there needs to be an explanation of what the evidence is. And so as hard as this is for all of them, they have to go through it so that when the record is closed and when these jurors decide and when it goes up to the Court of Appeals, the Court of Appeals can look back and say, no, there was record evidence of these factors and it supported the decision of a juror to decide whether death was appropriate, as well as a judge in the end who's going to ultimately make the decision.
And yesterday, when the state made their opening statement, they said, we will have 7 aggravating factors in this. That he was previously convicted of murder, so the other charges in this, great risk of death, that the murders were cold and calculated and heinous, and all of these victims and these survivors that he's bringing up on the stand, that is part of that case. That will all be entered into evidence that the jury will look at.
Right, and they have to make the determination on what they've heard and seen in the courtroom. And so that's why all of this is coming in.
Let's listen right now to witness number 17.
And state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Samantha Grady, Grady.
Okay, Ms. Grady, are you going to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Nova Southeastern University.
And what year are you in?
I am going into my senior year.
And what course of study are you pursuing?
I am a biology major.
Okay.
Pre-med.
Okay, did you go to the high school here in Broward County?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Marjorie, Stoneman, Douglas.
And when did you graduate?
I graduated in 2019.
Okay.
Around May.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. You remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Remember what your 4th period class was?
My last class of the day was Holocaust.
Okay. And who was teaching that class?
Miss Seamus.
And you remember what classroom you were in? What number classroom?
1214.
Okay. And did something happen during the 4th period class in Miss Seamus's Holocaust class?
Yes, there was a shooting.
Okay. Could you tell us what happened? Do you remember happening?
Yes. So we were doing classwork essentially on the 1936 Olympics, and we were me and my classmates. We were told to do a computer activity. So we sat down. I sat down towards I don't know where I was, but I sat down in the classroom doing that activity with my friends, and we heard I don't know the number, but we heard gunshots essentially while we were doing the activity. I didn't move initially because I was unsure of what I heard. I was unsure if there was any danger. But one of my friends, she tapped my shoulder and said my name, and then that's when I knew it was something that I should probably go and hide, and so I did.
Who tapped on your shoulder?
Her name was Helena Ramsey.
Okay.
Yes. She tapped my shoulder and said Sam, and then I went to my left side of the classroom where there was a bookshelf, and there were, I believe, 2 filing cabinets that 2 of my classmates who were brave enough to push them out so we could try and hide behind them. And I tried to do so as well, but there were people who got there. So I wasn't behind it directly, but I was trying to get as close as I could. But I was leaning against the bookcase. One of my friend Helena, she said, grab a book, maybe it'll help. So we did. And then I thought it was stupid, so I kind of put it back down.
To do what?
Sorry?
Grab a book to do what?
We were in a very volatile situation, so we were just trying to protect ourselves. We were trying to,
okay.
yes, but
after a while, I'm like, it might put a target on me, so I just put it down back. Okay. And then we were there waiting for something to happen. I don't know when there was any gunshots entering the classroom, but there was, and I ended up being injured as a result of that. And yeah, so we were waiting. I did at one point call 911 to, just explain the situation when it did get sort of quiet. And then I was on the phone with them. I explained that we were in either the freshman building or the 1214 building or the 1200 building. And they said, stay on the phone with me. And I did for a while until I heard the police come, or we heard voices to my left in the hallway. And then we weren't sure if they were the police or not. We didn't know the situation at the time. But we waited until I seen the SWAT, or I seen black, and then I seen it was the police. In one way or another, they identified themselves, and then somehow they got into the classroom, and they said, who is injured? I raised my hand, and I was escorted out, and they told me to leave out, so then I left.
Where were you wounded?
I was wounded on my right side. There's two parts, so one was a ricochet into my chest, and the other one was a scrape in my back.
And did you go to the hospital as a result of that?
I did.
Okay. And did you see anybody, any of your classmates wounded?
I did.
Who did you see wounded?
Samantha Fuentes.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody else?
I seen the victims.
Who was that?
I did see Helena Ramsey, and I also see Nick Dorrit.
Okay. And you went directly to the hospital after that?
When I was escorted outside, there was a few things that happened, but I ended up going to the ambulance, and then I went to the hospital, yes.
Okay. I want to show you State's exhibits. (3L). Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that is me.
Okay, and does that show your wound?
Yes, there's one up here.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 3M. Does that show your wound also?
Yes.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 3N. Does that show the wound to your back?
Yes.
Okay, and did these photographs truly accurately depict the wounds that you received on February the 14th, 2018?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer these exhibits, please.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
So, once again, another survivor describing what happened, describing calling 911, seeing some of her friends wounded and others deceased, and the state is now introducing evidence that shows her injuries. Yeah.
The same as we've seen before, the defense making the same objections to preserve their objections for the record. The judge will overrule them. The pictures will come in. And again, for each one of these young adults, they have to go through this again, and they have to do it to make the record complete. That's why they're coming in. That's why they're testifying. There's really nothing for them to be cross-examined about, and that's why the defense isn't even touching them. I mean, were they going to ask them if that's not really their photo, that's not really what happened to them? Are you sure that it was our client? Their clients pled guilty to it already. So again, not the guilt or innocence phase, but the penalty phase.
And so to reiterate for our audience, the defense's objections are simply to have that for the record. This
Correct.
is standard.
Yes.
And it looks like they're taking their headphones off, so let's take a listen.
Identification will be received as states 43, states 3M as in Mary for identification will be received as states 44, 3N as in Nancy will be received as states 45.
Okay, Ms. Grady, showing you State's Exhibit 43. Could you describe for us what that shows?
That is me in the hospital, and it shows my wounds.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 44.
That is also me, and it shows my wounds again.
And what's that on your neck?
I am not sure.
Okay. Is that normally there?
No.
And State's Exhibit 45.
That is also me and the wound on my right side.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Grady. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Grady.
Does the defense have any questions for this witness? No. Okay, thank you, miss. You're excused.
Samantha, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
That's Samantha, too, so she thought I was talking to her. Samantha Fuentes.
So that was Samantha Grady, witness number 17, an NSU student now. She was in that history of Holocaust class when all of this happened. And David, you mentioned this. She did not dare look over at the defense where Nikolas Cruz was. And if you saw, he had his head down the whole time. It looked like either he was doodling or writing notes or something. And this has been the case today.
To a T, none of these former students, these victims, have done anything but look straight ahead, look straight forward. It's tough enough for them to recount what's going on without having to glance over and see this person sitting off to their side. Even when they were getting off the witness stand, they make a concerned effort to simply focus on the jury and focusing ahead without looking over at Cruz, who's been sitting there watching this, as he has a right to do because he's the defendant in this case.
I believe that this is another student, another survivor, and we imagine maybe at some point we will be hearing from Ms. Seamus, who was the teacher of that Holocaust class, based on what we've been seeing today so far.
Right. The prosecution seems to bookend the students and the teachers within the line of questioning, the line of testimony. Perhaps she was another student in that class in the 1214 room, and then at the end they'll bring up the teacher who's going to also describe what happened.
Once again, really sort of building that narrative, building that story, and entering all of this information into evidence for the jurors.
Yes. Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. And would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Samantha Fuentes. That's spelled SAMANTHAFUENTES.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Fuentes. How are you?
Great.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention. Where did you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
And when did you graduate?
2018.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were during fourth period, Ms. Fuentes?
Yes, I was in room 1214 in my Holocaust Studies class.
Okay. And the teacher was?
Miss Seamus,
Okay.
Ivy Seamus.
And could you tell us what happened during fourth period, please?
So we were basically wrapping up for the end of the day. There was about, 15, 20 minutes left of class. People were putting away laptops. We had concluded group presentations just regarding like different topics during like World War II. And I was pretty much all done for the day. I was sitting at my desk on my phone, just scrolling through Instagram, getting ready to leave. And I was sitting very close to the door. I actually sat in front of the door that, opens in and out of the classroom. It started as just a couple shots that I heard just behind my head that I could hear from the hallway. Everyone in the room froze. We all sort of stared at each other and froze for a moment because we didn't exactly know what it was. But the sounds sort of continued, and that's kind of when we determined that they were gunshots. And that's when I ran from my desk, which is, like I said, at the front door, all the way to the back of the classroom, which is sort of where the windows are and the back end of the classroom. And at that point, I sort of realized that I into two different groups that I wasn't a part of. So at that point, that's when the shots entered our classroom. That's when the shooter had shot through the window and continued to fire. I was on the ground at the back of the classroom, and I was crawling on my hands and knees to join the rest of my classmates who were sitting in the corner next to a wooden podium, the laptop cart that contained the laptops, and just a few books that people were using to barricade that corner. When I made it to that corner, the shots were still firing. I put myself behind the wooden podium as best as possible. At a moment while the shots were all going, I had my vision and both my hearing went away briefly, and all I could see behind my eyes were white. So I was very confused and disoriented with exactly like where it was coming from. So unknowingly, I peeped my head past the podium to look at the door. That is where I saw Cruz standing there after he had finished firing. He was standing at the window at the door. And then I moved back into the podium and was facing a few of my classmates, two of which were shot dead right next to me.
Who were they?
Nick Dworet and Helena Ramsey.
Okay.
And they were both horizontal or diagonal from me. In this corner, I had my bodies facing them, looking at them. And at that point, we were all whispering, being very, very quiet. We were, somebody called the 911. We were checking pulses to see if either Nick or Helena were still alive. They weren't. And then that's when I had a good look at myself. That's when I realized that I had holes in my pants. I had blood running from the top of my forehead down to my chest. I had blood in my eyes and all over my face and in my hair. I borrowed one of my friend's phones to look at myself briefly, and what you would have saw would disgust you. We sat there for a very short amount of time, waiting for somebody to come get us. Eventually, it was the SWAT or I'm not exactly sure, but it was gentlemen in big black sort of artillery gears. They broke down the door, started escorting us out of the room. They asked if anyone had a weapon. They asked if anyone was injured. I was helped up by a large man. I looked at my dead friends and turned around, and they told me to run out of the building. And they said to look down and not up. And that's where I passed the body of two students in the hallway, as well as broken glass, shells. And I ran all the way to that main road, Pine Island, I think. And that's where I was cleaned up by the EMT paramedics on the side of the street.
And were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
And what wounds did you receive, Ms. Fuentes?
Yes, so I sustained a gunshot wound just above my left knee, and as well as multiple other locations of shrapnel, both my legs, as well as my arm and my face. I also still have shrapnel just behind my right eye that still is there, and I have shrapnel still lodged in all of these parts of my bodies.
And do you have any effects to this day from any of that?
Yes.
What effects do you have?
I don't have the same range of motion or stamina as I once did when I was more able-bodied. I get chronic spasms and pain in my legs, whether it's the weather change or pressure. I can really feel that in my extremities.
Okay. Let me show you now state's exhibits marked. I'm not sure what this, it's that, it looks like it's 3. I picked up the wrong bit. I was only kidding. Okay, let me show you state's exhibit. Mark 3Q. And
you recognize that?
Yeah, that's my leg.
Okay. And does that accurately describe your wound that you received on February the 14th?
Correct. Yeah, that's one of them.
And I show you State's Exhibit 3P. Do you recognize that?
Yep, that's me.
And does that show your wound?
It does,
that
yes.
Existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Correct, I can confirm that.
Thank you, Ms. Fiantes. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 3Q and 3P.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was witness number 18, Samantha Fuentes. If her face looks familiar to you, and that was her mom sitting in the front row, it's because she became an activist after this happened. At the March for Our Lives rally after Parkland happened, she was there. She was front and center. And I remember she led the crowd in a happy birthday song to Nicholas Cruz, who was a friend of hers who was killed in that classroom that day.
And she again recounted, as all of these witnesses have to build the record, what they saw, what happened, what the extent of her injuries were. She also talked about some lingering after effects that she had, and she also described not being able to see a little bit and to hear from the reverberations from the gunshots, again, showing just the powerful nature of this weapon that was being fired at them and what they were all going through, and the pain and the suffering that those who survived and those who didn't survive had to have suffered at the hands of the defendant, who is the state is seeking to put to death. And again, we keep saying this over and over and over, and the prosecution keeps establishing it. That's why they're doing this, to show these aggravating factors on the record.
And of course, she is talking about not only the injuries that she received, but you said it, the lingering effects. She said she still has issues with her stamina. She says there's still shrapnel that is lodged in parts of her body. As her mom looks at her mom listening to her, oh, there's a little bit of reverberation in the courtroom right there, but her mom was tearing up listening to her daughter talk about her injuries. And yet, again, if you recognize her, it's because she really has been a voice in this, and she's lent her voice and her face and what happened to her and her story into her cause. So let's listen a little more.
I don't know if they're considered surgeries, but I had 3 different operations in which things were removed from me.
Okay. And showing you now State's Exhibit 47. Does that show the wound to the leg that you were telling us about?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 46, is that a shot of you in the hospital with the wound?
Correct, yes, that is me.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Fuentes.
Any questions from the defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. You're excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it would be a good time to take our afternoon break. We're going to be in recess for 15 minutes. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so once more, it is a 15-minute break. The judge, of course, instructing everybody not to discuss the case, to keep their phones off, the standard stuff.
Right. Look, we all need a break during the course of a day. She's giving these jurors an opportunity to stretch their legs, to take a little walk around, get a little afternoon coffee, water, whatever it might be. Prosecution going to do the same thing. And when they come back, we're probably going to see more of these witnesses, of victims who are coming forward. We will eventually, in all likelihood, hear from the teacher who was teaching that class in the 1214 room. That may take us to the end of the day. When you're establishing the story that you're telling, it's always good to set your witnesses up to open the day at a certain point and end your day on a strong note. And so that's what they're gauging right now. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. That'll leave us about an hour and a half or so. And so we'll probably see, we may see 2, 3, 4 more witnesses before the end of the day. But again, prosecutions are going to want to close on a strong note, one that the jury takes home with them tonight, and then start on a strong note again tomorrow.
We'll be here every step of the way, and we'll be right back when court resumes. I'm Janine Stanwood, and this is day 2 of the sentencing of Parkland shooter Nikolas Cruz. I'm joined by our legal analyst, David Weinstein. Thanks so much for joining us.
You're
we
welcome.
had a 15-minute recess, and now it looks like we're back. The 19th witness will likely be called.
And in all likelihood, another student as they continue to weave their way around the buildings and hear testimony from survivors, as well as the teachers who were present in those classrooms.
Let's take a listen.
Adam Morton.
So far, David, we've heard from witnesses who were in an English class and a Holocaust history class, and they described the harrowing moments that the shooter came in, that the shooter's bullets entered their classroom. They described their wounds.
Gunfire ceased and then started again, so they had no idea if they would be attacked for a second or a third time.
So here comes witness number 19. We believe.
Heard him announce someone whose first name was Adam. I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought it
who
was that as
might
well.
be. Okay. My hearing's not as good as it used to be.
All right, let's find out. This may be another student who was in the history of Holocaust class.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay, thank you. You can be seated. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Anna Clara Martins, M-A-R-T-I-N-S.
Thank you. State your name prior.
Thank you, Ron. Afternoon, Ms. Martins. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So, where do you go to? Are you going to school now?
I am. I'm in college.
Okay. Where do you go to school?
University of Colorado Boulder.
And what year are you in?
Second year.
Okay. Did you go to high school here in Broward County?
I did. I went to Marjorie, Stoneman, Douglas.
And when did you graduate?
2021.
2021. 2021. Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. You remember that day?
I do.
What year were you in then?
I was a freshman in high school.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to, remember where you were, fourth period?
I do. I was in 1215 in Miss Matlock's room.
Okay. I want to show you a diagram, and if you can circle 1215 for us. Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and there's a method when it comes up that you can.
You just have to wait for the little colors to appear on the bottom.
Okay.
There it goes. Okay, that's 1215, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, what was in 1215? What class were you taking?
That was my personalization class. It was
What is personalization class?
It's a free period class, so if you have any homework that you need to do or go make up tests, that's when you do it.
Is it like in the old days, like study hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Study hall.
All right, so what happened during the fourth period?
Well, we got into class in the beginning of the period, and my friend and I had to go take a test, make up a test that we had missed. So we left the classroom and we walked over to the second floor. When we walked up there, we were taking our test just as normal. We finished it, walked back down. We used the
When
restroom.
you went to take the test, whose room did you go to?
We went to Miss Bergen's room in the second floor. I don't know the number.
Okay, and then you came down?
Yeah, we used the restroom first in the second floor because it was the only restroom open. And then we went downstairs back to our classroom. When we got closer to the classroom, we saw Gina sitting outside, and she was on her laptop doing homework, and we just made small talk as we were waiting for someone to open the door.
The door was locked at 12:15?
It was locked, yes.
Okay, and when you're saying Gina, you're talking about Gina Montalto?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And she was that's when the shots went off. and I was very shocked. I didn't really know what it was. It was a very loud noise, and my friend pulled me off from the door. I didn't see what happened to them.
Who was the friend that pulled you off?
Sophia Delia.
Okay.
And she pulled me away from the door, and we went under the desk, under the teacher's desk, because that's what we were instructed to do. She sat under the desk, and I sat right in front of her. And that's when the shots were going off, and that's when we were hearing everything. We were hearing just the shots go off, and it went silent for a little. And that's when we heard someone started screaming. They started asking for help, and if someone could please open the door. We heard more shots, and it went silent. And then the fire alarm went off, and the shots kept going, but they were muffled, so I assumed that they were a little bit higher, maybe on the 3rd floor. And then the fire alarm went off, and that's when the SWAT came and got us. They told us to keep our hands up and walk outside. So we left, and we ran up.
Is that you under the yellow circle?
I'm the one in the jeans, the black jeans right next to her.
Okay.
That's Sophia.
And whose legs are those?
Those are Gina's.
And that's when you went into 1215?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went to the, open the door for Luke and Martin, could you see their faces?
I could, yes.
How did they appear?
They were scared. You could tell that they had heard something that they've never heard before, and just in fear.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
So the state continues to put together the story of what happened in these different classrooms. We heard about 1216 and 1214. This is room 1215, and that was Anna Martin. She was going up to that sort of, free period study hall area, went inside, and that's what they were looking at right now. They were looking at some of that surveillance video that had been admitted into evidence earlier today.
Correct. They'd already played the footage, but he was asking her to identify herself, the other girl who was outside the classroom, and then one of the victims who was sitting outside working on her computer and who didn't quite make it. And then the last words that she uttered before she left were, "I could see the terror in their eyes," meaning the two young men who were trying to get back inside the classroom.
Luke Hoyer, Martin Duque, she said, were outside. She could see them through the window. She tried to get to the door. She couldn't get there in time. She was pulled back. Gina Montalto at the same time was also outside. She was in the hallway working on her laptop. It was kind of a free period. So what we heard was from her, and they looked at that surveillance video again, the state asking her just to confirm, is that you?
Right.
Who are these students? Again, building this into evidence, into the case that the state is making.
And a powerful case, and again, showing these jurors exactly what was going on in the moments before some of these young people died.
That was witness number 19. I believe this is now witness number 20 from the state. He's approaching the stand. Let's take a listen.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Michael Corbett Powell, Powell.
And just state your name, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, Mr. Powell.
Hi.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher at Stoneman Douglas.
Okay, and how long have you taught at Stoneman Douglas?
I'll be going into my 7th year this August, so 6.
Is that your first teaching assignment?
No, I taught for 12 years in Broward County before coming to Stoneman.
Okay, and I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Were you teaching on that day?
Yes, I teach math, and at the time I had my personalization or study hall class.
Okay.
At the end of the day.
Were you assigned a specific classroom?
Yes.
What classroom was that?
1230.
Okay. I want to show you a kind of a diagram, and it states Exhibit 4H for identification. Do you recognize that schematic?
Yes.
Does that indicate the proper place for where your classroom was, 1230?
Yes.
Okay. You okay? All right, Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4H.
Okay, 4H for identification will be received as states 48.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Powell, I'm going to put this up on the screen. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
All right, if you wait, there's going to be a, there it is. Could you just circle where 1230 is?
Sure.
Okay, and that's on the south side of the hall, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, fine. All right, so fourth period, personalization, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us what happened during fourth period.
Sure. It was towards the end of the day. We have 90-minute class periods, and it's a study hall class, so I'm not actually teaching. So the kids were just working on their homework assignments and just sort of taking it easy. My desk is on the south side, sort of facing the door, and I was at my desk, and I distinctly remember hearing like a boom, boom, boom. What I recall were like just three noises. And my initial thought was right prior in January, we had a training by a gentleman right before the kids came back from winter break on an active shooter training. And we were told at the conclusion of that training in January that we would have an unannounced active shooter drill sometime in the second half of the year. So that was my initial thought. This must be the drill. Through the grapevine rumor mill, I had colleagues who told me from other school sites that sometimes they fire blanks, they being whomever conducts these drills. So that was my thought. I had the kids, not in any super hurry, but I had the kids go towards, I guess it would be the north side of my classroom. So where the door is, if you enter into the classroom, immediately to the left of the door, there's a big cabinet. So there's kind of like an alcove or sort of an indentation there. So I had the kids move. We were told during this training in January, just get people out of the line of sight, of the little window at the door. So I had the kids move there. I don't have a good perception of time. It felt like it was going really slowly, but anyways, there were more noises, going on. So, at some point it's like, okay, this has to not be a drill. This must be something real going on.
Where did the bangs sound like they were coming from, Mr. Powell?
The initial ones and the subsequent ones, you could definitely tell it felt down and to my right. Like you could definitely tell it was away, from where I was or from where we were. So yeah, you definitely could tell it was downstairs.
Okay. And then what happened?
So I had my kids. Up there. I still needed to check. Right now, at Stoneman, our doors, when you close them, they just lock automatically. That wasn't the case at the time. My door was closed, and what I thought was locked, but I needed to double check it. As I was going to do that, a kid shows up in the window, banging, trying to get, wanting me, to open and get in. I still had to open my door and double check and make sure that it was locked, because it would sometimes, even if it was locked, it would sometimes just blow open. So I was doing that. I let him in, and then as I was letting him in, my door is really close to the bathrooms on the second floor, right across the hall, and there were either three or four girls were coming out of that bathroom door crying. So I got them, into my room too. So I only had 24 kids assigned to me. Somehow I ended up with 29 or 30. In my room. But once I got them in, we were instructed, get everyone out of line of sight. So I did that, turn off all the lights, and then I sat so that I was facing them, and just tried to kind of eyeball. My hope being, if someone were to look in, maybe they could see the back of my head, but that's about all they should be able to see. Okay. And then we just kind of sat and waited.
At any time did you hear the fire drill?
Yeah. I'm not sure how far into the whole mess that it happened, but one of the few things I distinctly remember, telling the kids is, we're not going anywhere. Just stay put. When it goes, and that was one of the things that was part of that training that I mentioned, is that, if there's, a situation, don't.
Okay, so you felt because of the bangs you weren't going to respond to that fire drill?
Yeah, there was enough noise up to that point where it was clear, something else was going on.
Okay. Did you ever hear what you thought were shots on the second floor?
I'd be exact. I don't know how to say this. Not for sure. The way I would describe it is, since we were on the second, we had the noises underneath us. The alarm, like you mentioned, went off at a certain point. You could also hear above us, you could hear footsteps, from what I'm guessing were, I think the third floor, I'm assuming the third floor, they probably didn't know what was going on, or had less of a, heads up than maybe I did or that we did. So you could hear people, probably starting to evacuate. So it just kind of felt like you could hear repeated shots, but it just kind of felt like it was surrounding us, because it was.
Did you ever feel like you heard any shots above you at any time?
Yeah, and like I said, I think that the safest way for me to say is it just felt like it was all around. It felt like it was all around us.
Okay. And then eventually, what happened?
At a certain point, it was actually far later. I eventually crawled back over to my desk to grab my phone so I could text. My folks live down the road in Meadow Run on Holmberg, a few minutes away. So I just asked, hey, have you seen anything? I just texted, like, have you heard anything on the news, or have you heard sirens or anything like that? And they initially texted back, like, no, we haven't heard anything. And then, like, 30 seconds later, they said, yeah, we just heard what sounded like a million, sirens coming your way. So, really, this whole time, I was just trying to, keep my eyeballs on the kids, and try and keep them, quiet and calm. And they were crying, and just trying, maintain some kind of, calm until someone helped us.
Okay, and then the police finally came and evacuated you.
Yeah, it felt like forever, but yeah, eventually we had some knocks at our door. We were told not to open it, for anyone. So, so they had to, they shoot out the window and let themselves in. But yeah, eventually they came in and got us.
Okay. Do you know who was across the hall in 1231 from you?
1231.
Right.
Shauna Wecht is the English teacher so the bathrooms are the there's no immediate classroom like right across. If you open my door, there's no classroom right there. It's the bathrooms, but a little bit down into the right. Ishana Wet, English teacher.
Okay. On that day, do you know how many classrooms on the second floor were empty?
Yeah, my next door neighbor, Brandy Hermosillo, was on planning, so hers was empty. Cindy Helverson is in the room next to her. They're on the same side of the building as me, or same side of the hallway as me. They were both on planning, and then Shauna Wecht, I know she wasn't there at the time. I think she was also on planning, and then Nicole Blands is the first classroom when you come up the west staircase. I think she was absent that day, so that classroom was also empty.
So four out of the 10 classrooms?
Four empty classrooms.
4 out of the 10 classrooms were empty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Powell, thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Powell.
Can I ask you any questions for this witness?
Actually, there's none now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Was there a campus monitor assigned to your floor?
Yes, right where the elevators are, there's typically a monitor there.
Okay, is it changed?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, it's been more than 4 years, so it's a little hard to remember. I don't recall it. It was my second year at the school too, so I wasn't super familiar with everyone, but there's generally someone there. I don't know if they went on rotations or not. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, do you remember it being David Taylor?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with him. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you again, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last witness for today. So you're going to have an early afternoon, and we're going to recess for the evening or the afternoon until tomorrow. I am going to remind you what I told you I would remind you about every day, and that is that when we take recesses, you are permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence, tell the person to stop and report the incident immediately. And this includes even your close friends and family members. So when you go home, your loved ones might be very curious if you have to tell them that they have to wait until your jury service has concluded. And then you can talk to them as much as you want or as little as you want. But for now, you may not discuss the case with anyone, even with one another. Please remember that, and please be very vigilant about that issue. Okay? Thank you all very much for your time and attention. We will follow the same procedure tomorrow morning. We'll try to start back right at 9 o'clock, so if you can be here at 8:30 again and meet the sheriff's office as you've been meeting them in the mornings in the parking garage, I would very much appreciate it. Thank you, and have a great evening and a safe drive home.
Okay, so court is done for the day. It is 3:24. It's an early day.
Sometimes that happens. You run out of witnesses, there aren't enough people available, or the next witness was going to take too long, or the next witness couldn't be in town in enough time. It'll be interesting to see if they're going to use this downtime to address any outstanding motions or issues that they have to take up outside the presence of the jury, or if everybody is going to be done for the day.
Nothing new here from Nikolas Cruz. His face mask is a little bit different, but for the most part, he has really not looked up at any witness. He's remained with his head down. It looks like he's either doodling or taking notes, and certainly none of the witnesses have turned to look over at the defense or to him.
No, and they've avoided looking at him. They've focused on...
Let's take a listen. Anything else?
The evidence from today that was not made accessible to the public. If you all would please just come stand right up here in the front. The cameraman obviously needs to break down their equipment. There's going to be Mr. Abrams from the state, and then Mr. Weeks is on. weeks from the defense, and as soon as the defendant leaves the courtroom, we'll have everyone clear out, and we'll follow the same procedure as yesterday, okay? Thank you.
Is this the opportunity that she's giving to certain media members to
Correct.
take a look at, not to record, but to take a look at and take notes at some of the evidence that the public was not able to see?
Right. We heard her talk about that yesterday, that the arrangement they'd made with the media is there were 3 individuals who were designated from the members of the media who could come forward at the end of the proceedings each day and view what it was that was shown to the jurors. But again, they can't take pictures of that. They can't take any video of that. They can look at it, they can see it, they can report about it, but they're not going to be able to rebroadcast it to anybody.
I'd like to ask you about and bring up what happened at the very end, this very final witness number 20, Michael Powell, who is a teacher at MSD. He was in room 1230. He described hearing the shots. He described moving those kids to that hard corner that teachers and students in this day and age now have to know about. And then for the very first time, the defense actually came up and gave a cross-examination with just one question. And the question was, do you know if there was a campus monitor assigned to the floor, and do you know who it was? What was that all about?
They're trying to establish some sort of a framework for presentation in their case to shift the blame off of their client and put the blame on the school itself, and to say you didn't have a security safety monitor. If you had that person in place, perhaps while our client may have still assaulted and killed a number of people, the number wouldn't have been so large. It's a mitigating circumstance that they're going to use to weave into their arguments as to why the death penalty wouldn't be appropriate. But in and of itself, although it's a small, perhaps in their mind, victory, I find it hard to believe that these jurors are going to shift the blame from the individual who held the gun and who shot the rounds to the school who didn't have a safety monitor in place on that particular day.
But it is an attempt, and it's the defense doing their due diligence.
Exactly. And that's why they asked for the name of who the person might be. We might hear the defense call this person as a witness down the road. Why weren't you there? Why weren't you in that particular area? The other thing that this witness talked about, though, was the fact that there were a large number of unoccupied classrooms in that particular building. Perhaps that's why the security monitor wasn't there that particular day. That also avoided the chance that had more people been there, perhaps that's where Cruz would have gone next.
It was a very emotional day of testimony. The jurors got to see surveillance video of Nikolas Cruz in the very beginning. Then we heard from witnesses and from survivors of the attack, which was just gut-wrenching. We heard from a couple of teachers as well, including that English teacher who described hearing the shots, described not wanting to leave the classroom when her mortally wounded students were there. So this was definitely an emotional day, but a day that was an important one to the prosecution to make their case.
Absolutely. You know, each day is going to be even more emotional. It's going to lead up at some point. They have told the court that they want to take the jurors out to that building, which has been under seal. And that's going to sort of be the culmination of where all this is going. Today, these jurors were able to see exactly what happened on Valentine's Day in 2018. The video showed that, and then these witnesses added flavor to what was going on, what they were seeing, who it was that was being shot at, where they were all standing, what the positioning was, building the record, giving them something to consider when they decide whether or not the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances. And each day is going to get increasingly more and more raw and emotional for both the jurors, for the next of kin, for people who are watching out there, because it is leading up to a certain point. We're going to still have yet to hear about or see any medical examiner testimony as to the cause of death for some of these victims here. There were pictures that were shown for injuries of some of the others, but this is a just excruciating process. But it's one, in order to get to the end result, they have to go through and they have to build this record.
David, thank you so much for being here with us. Of course, just day 2 in the books. Day 3 is tomorrow. The judge said court will be in session at 9 o'clock. And as we know, sometimes that may be a little bit after 9 o'clock. But of course, we're going to be here every step of the way. We will be here online and on our social media platforms tomorrow once again. We'll see you then.